I will read now the book Matilda for you. It is written by Roald Dahl, and this video will be in ASMR style. ASMR Katz. Hello my beloved mouse, and welcome back to a new ASMR episode here on my YouTube channel. My name is ASMR Katz, and I am a heavily tattooed girl who show you the satisfaction of sound. The thing is actually that I am fully warm right now, what is kind of nice. We have a unique cold day in March and I feel a little bit sick. But now, after a few books I read here out of the Roald Dahl collection and the amazing calmness of ASMR, I already feel a lot better. Matilda is a very, very big book. I will see how I will read it. If I will read it in chapter per chapter, or when I have to make a break, or if I don't make a break, if I will put it then together in one video clip itself, or if I have to split it. I think it will come organic. I will see it while I will read this book. I just can recommend you to put your headphones in the ear like I have, because this is a high quality recording and everything what you see here is especially made to have the most amazing ASMR sound. And if you already like what you see, feel free to follow, to subscribe, to click on the notification bell, and to check out all my video clips, because I don't just read the Roald Dahl collection. I have a lot more books waiting for you. I have a lot more ASMR clips waiting for you, and every support in any way counts, that I have even more in the future the opportunity to make more clips like this. I wish you now to lean back, to enjoy, to put the headphones right, and to listen to the story from Roald Dahl. I never read it before. I have no clue what will stay inside, so I hope you are with me and like to listen to it the same as I do. The book is written by Roald Dahl. He was a spy, ace fighter pilot, chocolate historian, and medical inventor. He was also the author of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Matilda, the BFG, and many more brilliant stories. He remains the world's #1 storyteller. Quentin Blake has illustrated more than 300 books and was Roald Dahl's favorite illustrator. Introducing. This is Matilda, Michael, Mr. and Miss Wormwood, Miss Honey, Bruce Brogata, Amanda Thripp, and Miss Chunchbull. For Michael and Lucy. The reader of books. It's a funny thing about mothers and fathers. Even when their own child is the most disgusting little blister you could ever imagine, they still think that he or she is wonderful. Some parents go further. They become so blinded by adoration they manage to convince themselves their child has qualities of genius. Well, there is nothing very wrong with all this. It's a way of the world. It is only when the parents begin telling us about the brilliancy of their own revolution, offsprings, that we start shouting. Bring us a basin. We're going to be sick. School teachers suffer a good deal from having to listen to the sort of twaddle from proud parents, but they usually get their own back when the time comes to write the end of the term reports. If I were a teacher, I would cook up some real scorches for the children of doting parents. Your son Maximilian, I would write, is a total washout. I hope you have a family business you can push him into when he leaves school, because he is sure as heck won't get a job anywhere else. Or, if I were feeling lyrical that day, I might write, it is a curious truth to grasshoppers have their hearing organs in the sides of the abdomen. Your daughter Vanessa, judging by what she's learned this term, has no hearing organs at all. It might even delve deeper into the natural history and says, the parietal cicade spent 6 years as a grub underground, and no more than 6 days as a free cage of sunlight and air. Your son Wilfried has spent 6 years as a grub in the school, and we are still waiting for him to emerge from the chrysalis. A particularly poisonous little girl might sting me into saying, Fiona has the same glacier beauty as an iceberg, but unlike the iceberg, she has absolutely nothing below the surface. I think I might enjoy writing end-of-term reports for the stinkers in my class, but enough of that. We have to get on. Occasionally, one comes across parents who take the opposite line, who show no interest at all in their children. And those, of course, are far worse than the doting ones. Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood were 2 such parents. They had a son called Michael and a daughter called Matilda. And the parents looked upon Matilda in particular as nothing more than a scab. A scab is something you have to put up with until the time comes when you can pick it off and flick it away. Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood looked forward enormously to the time when they could pick their little daughter off and flick her away, preferably into the next country or even further than that. It is bad enough when parents treat ordinary children as though they were scraps and bunions, but it becomes somehow a lot worse when the child in question is extraordinary, and by that I mean sensitive and brilliant. Matilda was both, but above all she was brilliant. Her mind was so nimble and she was so quick to learn that her ability should have been obvious when the most half-witted of parents. But Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood were both so gormless and so wrapped up in their own silly little lives that they failed to notice anything unusual about their daughter. To tell the truth, I doubt they would have noticed had she crawled into the house with a broken leg. Matilda's brother Michael was a perfectly normal boy, but the sister, as I said, was something to make your eyes pop. By the age of 1.5, her speech was perfect, and she knew as many words as the most grown-ups. The parents, instead of applauding her, called her noisy chatterbox and told her sharply that small girls should be seen and not heard. By the time she was 3, Matilda had taught herself to read by studying newspaper and magazines that lay around the house. At the age of 4, she could read fast and well, and she naturally began hankering after books. The only book in the whole of this enlightened household was something called Easy Cooking, belonging to her mother. And when she had read this from cover to cover and learned all the recipes by heart, she decided she wanted something more interesting. Okay, I watched the movie Matilda. I know this book, but just as a movie. Daddy, she said, do you think you could buy me a book? A book, he said. What do you want a flaming book for? To read, Daddy. What's wrong with the telly, for heaven's sake? We've got a lovely telly with a 12-inch screen, and now you come asking for a book. You're getting spoiled, my girl. Nearly every weekday afternoon, Matilda was left alone in the house. Her brother, 5 years older than her, went to school. Her father went to work, and her mother went out playing bingo in a town 8 miles away. Mrs. Wormwood was hooked on bingo and played it 5 afternoons a week. On the afternoon of the day when her father has refused to buy her a book, Matilda sat all by herself to walk to the public library in the village. When she arrived, she introduced herself to the librarian, Mrs. Phelps. She asked if she might sit a while and read a book. Mrs. Phelps, slightly taken aback at the arrival of such a tiny girl, unaccompanied by a parent, nevertheless told her she was very welcome. Where the children's books place? Matilda asked. They're over there on those lower shelves, Mrs. Phelps told her. Would you like me to help you find a nice one with a lot of pictures in it? No, thank you, Matilda said. I'm sure I can manage. From then on, every afternoon, as soon as her mother had left for bingo, Matilda would toddle down to the library. The walk took only 10 minutes, and this allowed her to glorious hours sitting quietly by herself in a cozy corner, devouring one book after another. When she had read every single children's book in the place, she started wandering around in search of something else. Mrs. Phelps, who had been watching her with fascination for the past few weeks, now got up from her desk and went over to her. Can I help you, Matilda? She asked. I'm wondering what to read next, Matilda said. I'm finished all the children's books. You mean you looked at the pictures? Yes, but I've read the books as well. Mrs. Phelps looked down at Matilda from her great height, and Matilda looked right back up to her. It thought some very, very poor, Matilda said, but others were lovely. I liked The Secret Garden best of all. It was full of mystery, the mystery of the room behind the closet door, and the mystery of the garden behind the big wall. Mrs. Phelps was stunned. Exactly how old are you, Matilda? 4 years and 3 months, Matilda said. Mrs. Phelps was more stunned than ever, but she had the sense not to show it. What sort of book would you like to read next? She asked. Matilda said, I would like a really good one that grown-up reads. A famous one. I don't know any names. Mr. Phelps looked along the shelves, taking her time. She didn't quite know what they would bring out. How, she asked herself, does one choose a famous grown-up book for a 4-year-old girl? Her first thought was to pick a younger teenager romance of the kind that is written for 15-year-old schoolgirls, but for some reason she found herself instinctively walking past the particular shelf. "Try this," she said at least. "It's very famous and very good. If it's too long for you, just let me know and I will find something shorter and a bit easier." Great Expectations, Matilda read, by Charles Dickens. "I'd love to try it." "I must be mad," Mr. Phelps told herself, but to Matilda she said, "Of course you may try it." Over the next few afternoons, Mrs. Phelps could hardly take her eyes from the small girl sitting for hour after hour in the big armchair of the far end of the room with the book on her lap. It was necessary to rest. It on the lap because it was too heavy for her to hold up, which meant she had to sit leaning forward in order to read. And a strange sight it was, this tiny dark-haired person sitting there with her feet nowhere near touching the floor, totally absorbed in the wonderful adventures of Pip and old Miss Havisham and her cow-bedded house, and by the spell of magic that Dickens, the great storyteller, had woven within words. The only movement from the reader was the lifting of the hand every now and then to turn over a page. And Mrs. Phelps always felt sad when the time came for her to cross the floor and say, "It's 10 to 5, Matilda." During the first week of Matilda's visit, Mrs. Phelps had said to her, "Does your mother walk you down here every day and then take you home?" "My mother goes to Aylesbury every afternoon to play bingo," Matilda said. "She doesn't know I come here." "But that's surely not right," Mrs. Phelps said. "I think you better ask her." "I rather not," said Matilda. "She doesn't encourage reading books, not does my father." "But what do they expect you to do every afternoon in an empty house?" "Just mooch around and watch the telly." "I see. She doesn't really care what I do," Matilda said. Mrs. Phelps was concerned about this child's safety on the walk through the Furley-Bus-Valley Hay Street and the crossing of the road, but she decided not to interfere. Within a week, Matilda had finished Great Expectations, which in that edition contained 411 pages. "I love it," she said to Mrs. Phelps. "Has Mr. Dickens written any others?" "A great number," said the astonished Mrs. Phelps. "Shall I choose you another?" Over the next 6 months, under Mrs. Phelps' watchful and compassionate eye, Matilda read the following book: Nickleby, Oliver Twist, Jane Eyre, Pride and Prejudice, Tess of the D'Urbervilles, Gone to Earth, Kim, The Invisible Man, The Old Man and the Sea, The Sound and the Ferry, The Grapes of Wrath, The God Combines, Brighton Rock, and Animal Farm. It was a formidable list, and by now Miss Phelps was filled with wonder and excitement, but it was probably a good thing that she did not allow herself to be completely carried away by it all. Almost anyone else writing the achievement of this small child would have been tempted to make a great fuss and shout the news all over the village and beyond. But not so Mrs. Phelps. She was someone who minded her own business and had long since discovered it was seldom worthwhile to interfere with other people's children. "Mr. Hemingway says a lot of things I don't understand," Matilda said to her, "especially about men and women, but I loved it all the same. The way he tells it, I feel I am right there on the spot watching it all happen. A fine writer will always make you feel that, Mrs. Phillips said. And don't worry about the bits you can't understand. Sit back and allow the words to wash around you like music. I will. Did you know? Mrs. Phillips said. The public libraries like this allow you to borrow books and take them home. I didn't know that, Matilda said. Could I do it? Of course, Mrs. Phillips said. When you have chosen the book you want, bring it to me so I can make a note of it and it's yours for 2 weeks. You can take more then, when you wish. From then on, Matilda visited the library only once a week in order to take out new books and return the old ones. Her own small bedroom now became her reading room, and there she would sit and read most afternoons, often with a mug of hot chocolates beside her. She was not quite tall enough to reach things around the kitchen, but she kept a small box in the outhouse which she brought in and stood in order to get whatever she wanted. Mostly, it was hot chocolate she made, warming the milk in a saucepan and the stove before mixing it. Occasionally, she made Bovril and Ovaltine. It was pleasant to take a hot drink up to her room and have it beside her as she sat in her silent room reading into the empty house in the afternoon. The books transported her into a new world and introduced her to amazing people who lived exciting life. She went on olden-day sailing ships with Joseph Conrad. She went to Africa with Ernest Hemingway and to India with Rudyard Kipling. She traveled all over the world while sitting in her little room in an English village. Mrs. Wombat, the great car dealer. Matilda's parents owned quite a nice house with 3 bedrooms. While one on the ground floor, there was a dining room and a living room and a kitchen. Her father was a dealer in second-hand cars, and it seemed he did pretty well at it. Sawdust, he would say proudly, is one of the great secrets of my success. And it cost me nothing. I get it for free from the sawmill. What do you use it for? Matilda asked him. Ha, the father said. Wouldn't you like to know? I don't see how sawdust can help you to tell second-hand cars, Daddy. That's because you're an ignorant little twit, the father said. His speech was never very delightful, but Matilda was used to it. She also knew that he liked to boast and she would egg him on shamelessly. You must be very clever to find a use for something that costs nothing, she said. I wish I could do it. You couldn't, the father said. You're too stupid. But I don't mind telling young Mike her about it, seeing he will joining me in the business one day. Ignoring Matilda, he turned to his son and said, I'm always glad to buy a car when some fool has been crashing the gears so badly that they are all worn out and rattled like mad. I get it cheap. Then all I do is mix a lot of sawdust with the oil in the gearbox and it runs as sweet as nut. How long will it run like that before it started rattling again? Matilda asked him. Long enough for the buyer to get a good distance away, the father said, grinning. About 100 miles. But that's dishonest, Daddy, Matilda said. It's cheating. No one ever got rich being honest, the father said. Customers are there to be diddled. Mr. Wormwood was a small, ratty-looking man whose front teeth stuck out underneath a thin, ratty mustache. He liked to wear jackets with large, brightly colored cheeks, and he sported ties that were usually yellow or pale green. Now, take the Mile, for instance, he went on. Anyone who's buying a second-hand car, the first thing he wants to know is how many miles it's done, right? Right, the son said. So I buy an old dump that's got about 150,000 miles on the clock. I get it cheap. But no one's going to buy it with a mile like that, are they? And these days, you can just take the speed meter out and fiddle the numbers back like you used to 10 years ago. They fixed it, so it's impossible to tamper with it unless you are a ruddy watchmaker or something. So what do? I use my brains, laddie. That's what I do. How? Young Michael asked. He seemed to have interrupted his father's love of crookery. I sit down and say to myself, how can I convert a mileage reading of 150,000 into only 10,000 without taking the speedometer to pieces? Well, if I were to run the car backwards for long enough, then obviously that would do it. The numbers would click backwards, wouldn't they? But who's going to drive a flaming car in reverse for thousands and thousands of miles? You couldn't do it. Of course you couldn't, young Michael said. So I scratched my head, the father said. I use my brains. When you've been given a fine brain like I have, you got to use it. And all of a sudden the answer hits me. I tell you, I felt exactly like that other brilliant fellow must have felt when he discovered penicillin. Eureka, I cried. I've got it. What did you do, Dad? The son asked him. The speedometer, Mr. Wombat said, is run off a cable that is coupled up to one of the front wheels. So first, I disconnect the cable where it joins the front wheel. Next, I get one of those high-speed electric drills and I couple that up to the end of the cable in such a way that when the drill turns, it turns the cable backwards. You got me so far? You're following me? Yes, Daddy, young Michael said. These drills run at the tremendous speed, the father said. So when I switch on the drill, the millage number on speedo spin backwards at a fantastic rate. I can knock 50,000 miles off the clock in a few minutes with my high-speed electric drill. And by the time I finished, the car's only done 10,000 and it's ready for sale. She's almost new. I say to the customer, she's hardly done 10 though. Belonged to an old lady who only used it once a week for shipping. Can you really turn the mileage back with an electric drill? Young Michael asked. I'm telling you trade secrets, the father said. So don't you go talking about this to anyone else. You don't want me put in a judge, do you? I won't tell a soul, the boy said. Do you do this to many cars, Dad? Every single car that comes through my hands gets the treatment, the father said. They all have their mileage cut to under 10, so before they are offered for sale. And to think I invented that all by myself, he added proudly. It's made me a mint. Matilda, who had been listening closely, said, But Daddy, that's even more dishonest than the sawdust. It's disgusting. You're cheating people who trust you. If you don't like it, then don't eat the food in this house, the father said. It's bought with profits. It's dirty money, Matilda said. I hate it. 2 red spots appeared on the father's cheeks. Who the heck do you think you are? He shouted. the Archbishop of Canterbury or something, preaching to me about honesty? You're just an ignorant little squirt who hasn't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. Quite right, Harry, the mother said, and to Matilda she said, You've got never talking to your father like that. Now, keep your nasty mouth shut, so we can all watch this program in peace. They were in the living room eating their suppers on their knees in front of the telly. The suppers were TV dinners in floppy aluminium containers with separate compartments for the stewed meat, the boiled potatoes and the pies. Mrs. Wormwood sat munching her meal with her eyes glued to the American soap opera on the screen. She was a large woman, whose hair was dyed platinum blonde, except where you could see the mouse brown bits growing out from the roots. She wore heavy makeup, and she had one of those unfortunately bulging figures where the flesh appears to be strapped in all around the body to prevent it from falling out. Mummy, Matilda said, would you mind if I ate my supper in the dining room so I could read my book? The father glanced sharply. I would mind, he snapped. Supper is a family gathering, and no one leaves the table till it's over. But we are not on the table, Matilda said. We never are. We're always eating off our knees and watching the telly. What's wrong with watching the telly, may I ask, the father said. His voice had suddenly become soft and dangerous. Matilda didn't trust herself to answer him, so she kept quiet. She could feel the anger boiling up inside her. She knew it was wrong to hate her parents like this, but she was finding it very hard not to do so. All the reading she had done had given her a view of life that they had never seen. If only they would read a little Dickens or Kipling, they would soon discover there was more to life than cheating people and watching television. Another thing. She resented being told constantly that she was ignorant and stupid when she knew she wasn't. The anger inside her went on building and boiling, and she lay in the bed that night. She made a decision. She decided that every time her father, her mother, or was beastly to her, she would get her own back in some way or another. A small victory of two would help her to tolerate their idiots and would stop her from going crazy. You must remember that she was still hardly 5 years old, and it's not easy for somebody as small as that to score points against an all-powerful grown-up. Even so, she was determined to have a go. Her father, after what had happened in front of the telly that evening, was first on her list. The hat and the superglue. The following morning, just before the father left for his beastly second-hand car garage, Matilda slipped into the cloakroom and got hold of that he wore into each day at work. She had to stand on her toes and reached up as high as she could with a walking stick in order to hook that hat off the back. And even then she only just made it. The hat itself was one of those flat-topped pork pie jobs with the jay's feather stuck in the hard band, and Mr. Wombat was very proud of it. He thought it gave him a radish daring look, especially when he worked it at an angel who his loud checked jacket and green tie. Matilda, holding the hat in one hand and thin tube of superglue in the other, proceeded to squeeze a line of glue very neatly all around the inside rim of the hat. Then she carefully hooked the hat back on the peg with a walking stick. She timed this operation very carefully, applying the glue just as her father was getting up from the breakfast table. Mr. Wormwood didn't notice anything when he put the hat on, but when he arrived at the garage, he couldn't get it off. Superglue is very powerful stuff. So powerful it will take your skin off in you pull too hard. Mr. Wormwood didn't want to be scaled, so he had to keep the hat on his head the whole day long. Even when putting sawdust in gearboxes and fiddling mileages of cars with his electric drill. In an effort to save face, he adopted a casual attitude, hoping that his staff would think that he actually meant to keep his hat on all day long, just for the heck of it, like gangsters do in films. When he got home that evening, he still couldn't get the hat off. "Don't be silly," his wife said. "Come here, I take it off for you." She gave the hat a sharp yank. Mr. Wormwood let out a yell that rattled the window panes. "Oh," he screamed. "Don't do that. Let go. You take off all the skin off my forehead." Matilda, nestling in her usual chair, was watching this performance over the rim of her book with some interest. "What's the matter, Daddy?" she said. "Has your head suddenly swollen or something?" The father glared at his daughter with deep suspicion, but said nothing. How could he? Mrs. Wormwood said to him, "It must be superglue. It couldn't be anything else. That will teach you to go playing around with nasty stuff like that. I expect you were trying to stick another feather in your head." "I haven't touched the flaming stuff," Mr. Wormwood shouted. He turned and looked again at Matilda, who looked back at him with the large, innocent brown eyes. Mrs. Wormwood said to him, "You should read the label on the tube before you start messing with dangerous products. Always follow the instructions and the label." "What in heaven's name are you talking about, you stupid witch?" Mr. Wormwood shouted, clutching the brim of his hat to stop trying to pull it off again. "Do you think I'm so stupid I glue the thing to my head on purpose?" Matilda said, "There's a boy down the road who got some superglue on his finger without knowing it, and then he put his finger to his nose." Mr. Wormwood jumped. "What happened to him?" he spluttered. "The finger got stuck inside his nose," Matilda said, "and he had to go around like that for a week. People kept saying to him, 'Stop picking your nose,' and he couldn't do anything about it. He looked an awful fool." "Serve him right," Mrs. Wormwood said. "He shouldn't have put his finger up there in the first place. It's a nasty habit. If all children had superglue put on their fingers, they'd soon stop doing this." Matilda said, "Grown-ups do it too, Mommy. I saw you doing it yesterday in the kitchen." "That's quite enough from you," Mrs. Wormwood said, turning pink. Mr. Wormwood had to keep his head on all through, super in front of the television. He looked ridiculously, and he stayed very silent. When he went up to bed, he tried again to get the thing off, and so did his wife. But it wouldn't budge. "How am I going to have my shower?" he demanded. "You will just have to do it without it, won't you?" his wife told him. And later on, as she watched her skinny little husband skulking around the bedroom in his proposed stripped pajamas with a pork pie hat on his head, she thought how stupid he looked, Hardly the kind of man a wife dreams about, she told herself. Mr. Wormwood discovered that the worst thing that about having a permanent head on his head was having to sleep in it. It was impossible to lie comfortable on the pillow. Now, do stop fussing around, his wife said to him after he had been tossing and turning for about an hour. I expect I will be loose by the morning, and then it will slip off easily. But it wasn't loose by the morning, and it wouldn't slip off. So Mrs. Wormwood took a pair of scissors and cut off the thing off his head. Bit by bit. First the top, and then the brim, where the inner band had stuck to the hair all around the sides and back. She had to chop the hair off right to the skin, so that he finished up with a bald white ring round his head, like some sort of a monk. And in front, where the band had stuck directly to the bear skins, there remained a whole lot of small patches of brown leathery stuff that no amount of washing would get off. At breakfast, Matilda said to him, "You must try to get those bits off your forehead, Daddy. It looks as thought you've got little brown insects crawling about all over you. People will think you got lice." "Be quiet," the father snapped. "Just keep your nasty mouth shut, will you?" All in all, it was a most satisfactory exercise, but it was surely too much to hope that it had taught the father here permanently lesson. The ghost. There was a comparative calm in the Wormwood household for about a week after the superglue episode. The experience had clearly chested Mr. Wormwood's, and he seemed temporarily to have lost his taste for boosting and bullying. Then, suddenly he struck again. Perhaps he had a bad day at the garage and had no sold enough crummy second-hand cars. There are many things that make a man irritable when he arrives home from work in the evening, and a sensible wife will usually notice the stormy signals and will leave him alone until he simmers down. When Mr. Wormwood arrived back from the garage that evening, his face was as dark as a thundercloud, and somebody was clearly for the high jump pretty soon. His wife recognized the signs immediately and made herself scarce. He then strode into the living room. Matilda happened to be curled up in an armchair in the corner, totally absorbed in a book. Mr. Wormwood switched on the television. The screen lit up. The program blared. Mr. Wormwood glared at Matilda. She hadn't moved. She had somehow trained herself by now to block her ears to the ghastly sound of the dreaded box. She kept right on reading, and for some reason they infuriated the father. Perhaps his anger was intensified because he saw her getting pleasure from something that was beyond his reach. "Don't you ever stop reading?" he snapped at her. "Oh, hello, Daddy," she said pleasantly. "Did you had a good day?" "What is that trash?" she said, snatching the book from her hands. "It isn't trash, Daddy. It's lovely. It's called The Red Pony. It's by John Steinbeck, an American writer. Why don't you try it? You will love it." "Filth," Mr. Wormwood said. "It's by an American. It's certain to be filth. That's all they write about." "No, Daddy, it's beautiful. Honesty it is. It's about—" "I don't want to know what it's about," Mr. Wormwood barked. "I'm fed up with your reading anyway. Go and find yourself something useful to do." With frightening suddenness, he now began ripping the pages out of the book in handfuls and throwing them into the waste paper basket. Matilda froze in horror. The father kept going. There seemed little doubt that the man felt some kind of jealousy. "How dare she," he seemed to be saying with each rip of page. "How dare she enjoy reading books when he couldn't? How dare she?" "That's the library book," Matilda cried. "It doesn't belong to me. I have to return it to Mrs. Phelps." "Then you have to buy another one, won't you?" the father said, still tearing out pages. "You have to save your pocket money until there's enough in the kitty to buy a new one for your precious Mrs. Phelps, won't you?" With that, he dropped the now empty cover book of the basket and marched out of the room, leaving the telly roaring. Most children in Matilda's place would have burst in floods of tears. She didn't do this. She sat there very still and white and thoughtful. She seemed to know that neither crying nor sulking ever got anyone anywhere. The only sensible thing to do when you are attacked is, as Napoleon once said, the counterattack. Matilda's wonderful subtle mind was already at work devising yet another suitable punishment for the poisonous parent. The plan that was now beginning to hatch in her mind depended, however, upon whether or not Fred's parrot was really as good a talker as Fred made out. Fred was a friend of Matilda's. He was a small boy of 6 who lived just around the corner from her. And for days he had been going on about this great talking parrot his father had given him. So the following afternoon, as soon as Mr. Wombat had departed in her car for another season of bingo, Matilda set out for Fred's house to investigate. She knocked on his door and asked if he would be kind enough to show her the famous bird. Fred was delighted and led her up this bedroom, where a truly magnificent blue and yellow parrot sat on tall in a cage. "There it is," Fred said. "Its name is Chopper." "Make it talk," Matilda said. "You can't make it talk," Fred said. "You have to be patient. It takes when it feels like it." They hung around waiting. Suddenly the parrot said, "Hello." It was exactly like a human voice. Matilda said, "That's amazing. What else can he say?" "Rattle my bones," the parrot said, giving a wonderful imitation of the spooky voice. "Rattle my bones." He always saying that, Fred told her. "What else can he say?" Matilda asked. "That's about it," Fred said. "But it's pretty marvelous, don't you think?" "It's fabulous," Matilda said. "Will you lend him to me just for one night?" "No," Fred said. "Certainly not." "I will give you all my next week's pocket money," Matilda said. That was different. Fred thought about it for a few seconds. "All right then," he said, "if you promise to return him tomorrow." Matilda staggered back to her own empty house, carrying the tall cage in both hands. There was a large fireplace in the dining room, and she now set about wedging the cage up the chimney and out of the sight. This wasn't so easy, but she managed it in the end. "Hello," said the bird. "Hello? Shut up, you nut," Matilda said, and she went out to wash the soot off her hands. That evening, while the mother, the father, the brother, and Matilda were having supper, as usual in the living room in front of the television, a voice came loud and clear from the dining room across the hall. "Hello?" it said. "Harry?" cried the mother, turning white. "There's someone in the house. I heard a voice." "So did I," the brother said. Matilda jumped up and switched off the telly. "Shh," she said. "Listen." They all stopped eating and sat there very tense, listening. "Hello?" came the voice again. "There it is," cried her brother. "It's burglars," hissed his mother. "They're in the dining room." "I think they're," the father said, sitting tight. "Then go and catch them, Harry," hissed the mother. "Go out and collar them red-handed." The father didn't move. He seemed in no hurry to dash off and be our hero. His face had turned grey. "Get on with it," hissed the mother. "They're probably after the silver." The husband whipped his lips nervously with his snapping. "Why don't we all go and look together?" he said. "Come on then," the brother said. "Come on, Mum." "They are definitely in the dining room," Matilda whispered. "I'm sure they are." The mother grabbed a poker from the fireplace. The father took a golf club that was standing in the corner. The brother seized a table lamp, ripping the plug out of its sockets. Matilda took the knife she had been eating with, and all four of them crept towards the dining room, the father keeping walking behind the others. "Hello?" came the voice again. "Come on," Matilda cried, and she burst into the room, brandishing her knife. "Stick 'em up," she yelled. "We've caught you." The others followed her, waving their weapons. Then they stopped. They stared around in the room. There was no one there. "There's no one here," the father said, greatly relieved. "I heard him," Harry, the mother shrieked, still quaking. "I distinctly heard his voice. So did you." I heard him," Matilda cried. "He's here somewhere." She began searching behind the sofa and behind the curtains. Then came the voice once again, soft and spooky. "This time, rattle my bones," it said. "Rattle my bones." They all jumped, including Matilda, who was a pretty good actress. They stared round the room. There was still no one there. "It's a ghost," Matilda said. "Heaven help us," cried the mother, clutching her husband round the neck. "I know it's a ghost," Matilda said. "I've heard it here before. This room is haunted. I thought you knew that." "Save us," the mother screamed, almost rolling to her husband. "I'm getting out of here," the father said, grayer than ever now. They all fled, stumbling the door behind them. The next afternoon, Matilda managed to get a rather sooty and grumpy parrot down from the chimney and out of the house without being seen. She carried it through the back door and ran with all the way to Fred's house. "Did it behave itself?" Fred asked. "We had a lovely time with it," Matilda said. "My parents adored it." Arithmetic. Matilda longed for her parents to be good and loving and understanding and honorable and intelligent. The fact that they were none of these things was something she had to put up with. It was not easy to do so, but the new game she had invented of pushing one of both of them each time they were beastly to her made her life more or less bearable. Being very small and very young, the only power Matilda had over anyone in her family was brain power. For sheer cleverness, she could run rings around them all. But the fact remained that any 5-year-old girl in any family was always obligated to do as she was told, however assigned the orders might be. Thus, she was always forced to eat her evening meals out of TV dinner trays in front of the dreaded box. She always had to stay alone on weekday afternoons, and whenever she was told to shut up, she had to shut up. Her safety valve, the thing that prevented her from going round the bend, was the fun of devising and dishing out these splendid punishments, and the lovely thing was that they seemed to work, at any rate for short periods. Their father in particular became less cocky and unbearable for several days after receiving a dose of Matilda's magic medicine. The parrot in the chimney affair quite definitely cooled both parents down a lot, and for over a week they were comparatively severe to their small daughter. But alas, this couldn't last. The next flare-up came one evening in the sitting room. Mr. Wormwood had just returned from work. Matilda and her brother were sitting quietly on the sofa, waiting for the mother to bring in the TV dinners and the tray. The television had not yet been switched on. In came Mr. Wormwood in a loud check suit and a yellow tie. The appealing broad orange and green check of the jacket and trousers almost blinded the onlooker. He looked like a low-grade bookmaker dressed up for his daughter's wedding, and he was clearly very pleased with himself this evening. He sat down in an armchair and rubbed his hands together, and addressed his son in a loud voice. "Well, my boy," he said, "your father's had a most successful day. He is a lot richer tonight than he was in the morning. He has sold no less than 5 cars, each one at a tidy profit. Sawdust in the gearboxes, the electric drill on the speedometer cables, a splash of paint here and there, and a few other clever little tricks, and the idiots were all falling over themselves to buy." He finished a bit of paper from his pocket and studied. "Listen, boy," he said, addressing the son and ignoring Matilda. "Seeing as you will be going into this business with me one day, you got to know how to add up the profits you make at the end of each day. Go and get yourself a pad and a pencil, and let's see how clever you are." The son obediently left his room and returned with writing materials. "Write down these figures," the father said, reading from his bit of paper. "Car number 1 was bought by me for £278 and sold for 1,425. Got that?" The 10-year-old boy wrote the 2 separate amounts down slowly and carefully. "Car number 2, the father went on, cost me £118 and sold for 760. Got it?" "Yes, Dad," the son said. "I've got that." Car number 3 cost £111 and sold for £999.50. "Say that again," the son said. "How much did it sell for?" £999.50, the father said. "And that, by the way, is another of my nifty little tricks to diddle the customer. Never ask for a big round figure. Always go just below it. Never say £1,000. Always say 999.50. It sounds much less, but it isn't. Clever, isn't it?" "Very," the son said. "You are brilliant, Dad." Car number 4 cost £86. A real wreck that was, and sold for £619.50. "Not too fast," the son said, writing the numbers down. "Right, I've got it. Car number 5 cost £637 and sold for 1,649.50. You got all of these figures written down, son? Yes, Dad, the boy said, crouching over his pad and carefully writing. Very well, the father said. Now, work out the profit I made on each of the 5 cars and add up the total. Then you will be able to tell me how much money your rather brilliant father made all together today. That's a lot of sums, the boy said. Of course it is a lot of sums, the father answered. But when you are in big business like I am, you've got to be hot stuff at arithmetic. I've practically got a computer inside my head. It took me less than 10 minutes to work a whole thing out. You mean you did it in your head, Dad? The son asked, goggling. Well, not exactly, the father said. Nobody could do that. But it didn't take me long. When you're finished, tell me what you think my profit was for the day. I've got to find a total writing down here, and I tell you if you're right. Matilda said quickly, Dad, you made exactly £4,303 and 50 pence altogether. Don't butt in, the father said. Your brother and I are busy with his finance. But Dad, shut up, the father said. Stop guessing and trying to be clever. Look at your answers, Dad, Matilda said gently. I've done it right. It out to be £4,303 and 50 pence. Is that what you've got, Dad? The father glanced down at the paper in his hand. He seemed to stiffen. He became very quiet. There was silence. Then he said, Say that again. £4,303.50, Matilda said. There was another silence. The father's face was beginning to get dark red. I'm sure it's right, Matilda said. You little cheat, the father suddenly shouted, pointing at her with his fingers. You looked at my bit of paper. You read it off from what I've gotten written here. Daddy, I'm the other side of the room, Matilda said. How could I possibly see it? Don't give me that rubbish, the father shouted. Of course you looked. You must have looked. No one in the world could give the right answer just like that, especially not a girl. You are a little cheat, madam. That's what you are, a cheat and a liar. At that point, the mother came in carrying a large tray on which were the 4 suppers. This time it was fish and chips which Mrs. Wormwood had picked up in the fish and chip shop on her way home from bingo. It seemed that bingo afternoon left her so exhausted both physically and emotionally that she never had enough energy left to cook an evening meal. So if it wasn't the TV dinners, it had to be fish and chips. What are you doing, looking so red in the face about, Harry? She said as she put the tray down on the coffee table. Your daughter's a cheat and a liar, the father said, taking his plate of fish and placing it on his knees. Turn the telly on and let's not have any more talk. There was no doubt in Matilda's mind that this latest display of foulness by her father deserved severe punishment. And as she sat eating her awful fried fish and fried chips and ignoring the television, her brain went to work on various possibilities. By the time she went up to bed, her mind was made up. The next morning, she got up early and went into the bathroom and locked the door. As we already know, Mr. Wormwood's hair was dyed at a brilliant platinum blonde, very much the same glistening silvery color as a female tightrope walker's tights in a circus. The big dyeing job was done twice a year at the hairdresser's, but every month or so on, in between, Mrs. Wormwood used to refreshing it up by giving it a rinse of the wash basin with something called platinum blonde hair dye extra strong. This also served to dye the nasty brown hairs that keep growing from the roots underneath. The bottle of platinum blonde hair dye extra was kept in the cupboard in the bathroom, and underneath the title on the label were written the words, "Caution, this is peroxide, keep away from children." Matilda had read it many times with fascination. Matilda's father had a fine crop of black hair, which he parted in the middle and of which he was exceedingly proud. Good strong hair, he was found of saying, means there's a good strong brain underneath. Like Shakespeare, Matilda had once said to him. Like who? Shakespeare, Daddy. Was he brainy? Very, Daddy. He had masses of hair, did he? He was bald, Daddy. 2 which the father had snapped. If you can take sense, then shut up. Anyway, Mr. Wadden kept his hair looking bright and strong, or so he thought, by rubbing into it every morning large quantities of a location called oil of Violet's hair tonic. A bottle of the smelly purple mixture always stood on the shelf above the sink in the bathroom, alongside all the toothbrushes, and a various scalp massage with oil of violets took place daily after shaving was completed. And if you ask yourself why I have these headphones in, this is a high quality recording, so I just can recommend you to do so for the best sound experience, to put your headphones in as well. Lean back, enjoy, close your eyes, and listen to the words I whisper in your ear, and I hope I can give you some of the magic of ASMR. This hair and scalp massage was always accompanied by loud masculine grunts and heavy breathing and gasp of, that's better, that's stuff, rub it right into the roots, which could be clearly heard by Matilda in her bedroom across the corridor. Now, in the early morning privacy of the bathroom, Matilda unscrewed the cap of her father's oil of violets and tipped 3/4 of the contents down the drain. Then she filled the bottle up with her mother's platinum blonde hair dye extra strong. She carefully left enough of her father's original hair tonic in the bottle so that when she gave it a good shake, the whole thing still looked reasonable purple. Oh. She then replaced the bottle on the shelf above the sink, taking care to put her mother's bottle back in the cupboard. So far, so good. At breakfast time, Matilda sat quickly at the dining room table eating her cornflakes. Her brother sat opposite her with his back to the door, devouring hunks of bread smothered with a mixture of peanut butter and strawberry jam. The mother was just out of sight around the corner in the kitchen, making Mr. Wormwood's breakfast, which always had to be 2 fried eggs, 1 fried bread, with 3 pork sausages and 3 stripes of bacon and some fried tomatoes. At this point, Mr. Wormwood came noisily into the room. He was incapable of entering any room quickly, especially at breakfast time. He always had to make this appearance felt immediately by creating a lot of noise and clatter. One could almost hear him saying, "It's me. Here I come, the great man himself, the master of the house, The weak earner, the one who makes it possible for all the rest of your life so well. Notice me and pay your respect. On this occasion, he strode in and slapped his son on the back and shouted, "Well, my boy, your father feels his in for another great money-making day today at the garage. I've got a few little beauties I'm going to flock to the idiots this morning. Where's my breakfast? It's coming, treasure," Mrs. Wormwood called from the kitchen. Matilda kept her face bent low over the cornflakes. She didn't dare to look up. In the first place, she wasn't at all sure what she was going to see. And secondly, if she did see what she thought she was going to see, she wouldn't trust herself to keep a straight face. The son was looking directly ahead of the window, stuffing himself with bread and peanut butter and strawberry jam. The father was just moving round to sit at the middle head of the table when the mother came sweeping out from the kitchen carrying a huge plate piled high with eggs and sausages and bacon and tomatoes. She looked up. She caught sight of her husband. She stopped dead. Then she let out a scream that seemed to lift her right up into the air, and she dropped the plate with a crash and a splash on the floor. Everyone jumped, including Mr. Wormwood. "What the heck's the matter with you, woman?" he shouted. "Look at the mess you made on the carpet." "Your hair," the mother was shrieking, pointing a quivering finger at her husband. "Look at your hair. What have you done to your hair?" "What's wrong with my hair, for heaven's sake?" he said. "Oh my God, Dad, what have you done to your hair?" the son shouted. A splendid noise scene was building up nicely in the breakfast room. Matilda said nothing. She simply sat there, admiring the wonderful effect of her own handwork. Mr. Wormwood's fine crepe of black hair was now a dirty silver. The collar, this time, of a tightrope walker's tights that had not been washed from the entire circus season. You dyed it," shrieked the mother. "Why did you do it, you fool? It looks absolutely frightful. It looks horrendous. You look like a freak." "What the blazers are you talking about?" the father yelled, putting both hands on his hair. "I most certainly have not dyed it. What mean I've dyed it? What has happened to it? Or is this some sort of stupid joke?" His face was turning pale green, the color of sour apples. "You must have dyed it, Dad," the son said. "It's the same colors as Mum's, only much dirtier looking." "Of course he dyed it," the mother cried. "It can change color of by itself. What on earth were you trying to do? Make yourself look handsome or something? You look like someone's grandmother gone wrong." "Get me a mirror," the father yelled. "Don't just stand there shrieking at me. Get me a mirror." The mother's handbag lay on a chair at the other end of the table. She opened the bag and got out a powder compact that had a small round mirror in the inside of the lid. She opened the compact and handed it over to her husband. He grabbed it and held it before his face, and in doing spilled most of the powder all over the front of the fancy tweed jacket. "Be careful," shrieked the mother. "Now look what you've done." "That must be Elizabeth's ardent face powder." "Oh my God," yelled the father, staring into the little mirror. "What happened to me? I look terrible. I look just like you gone wrong. I can't go down in the garage and sell cars like this. How did it happen?" He started round the room, first at the mother, then at the son, and then at Matilda. "How could it have happened?" he yelled. "I imagine, Daddy," Matilda said quietly, "that you weren't looking very hard and you simply took Mommy's bottle of hair stuff off the shelf instead of your own." Of course, that is what happened, the mother cried. Well, really, Harry, how stupid can you get? Why didn't you read the label before you started splashing the stuff all over you? Mine's terrible strong. I only meant to use 1 tablespoon of it in a whole basin of water, and you gone up and put it all over your head. It'd probably take all your hair off in the end. Is your scalp beginning to burn, dear? You mean I'm going to lose all my hair? The husband yelled. I think you will, the mother said. Peroxide is a very powerful chemical. It's what they put down the lavatory to disinfect the pen, only they give it another name. What are you saying? The husband cried. I'm not a lavatory pen. I don't want to be disinfected, even diluted like I use it. The mother told him it makes a good deal of my hair fall out, so goodness knows what's going to happen to you. I'm surprised it didn't take the whole of the top of your head off. What shall I do? Wailed the father. Tell me quick what to do before it starts falling out. Matilda said, I'd give it a good wash, Dad, if I were you, with soap and water. But you will have to hurry. Will that change the color back? The father asked anxiously. Of course it won't, you twit, the mother said. Then what do? I can't go around looking like this forever. You have to dye it black, the mother said. But wash it at first, or there won't be any there to dye. Right, the father shouted, springing into action. Get me an appointment with your hairdresser this instant for a hair dyeing job. Tell them it's an emergency. They've got to boot someone else off their list. I'm going upstairs to wash it now. With that, the man dashed out of the room, and Mrs. Wormwood, singing deeply, went to the telephone to call the beauty parlor. He does do some pretty silly things now again, doesn't he, Mummy? Matilda said. The mother dialing the number on the phone. I'm afraid men are not always quite as clever as they think they are. You will learn that when you get a bit older, my girl. Miss Honey. Matilda was a little late in starting school. Most children begin primary school at 5 or even just before. But Matilda's parents, who weren't very concerned one way or the other about their daughter's education, had forgotten to make the proper arrangement in advance. She was 5.5 when she entered school for the first time. The village school for younger children was a bleak brick building called Cronsham Hall Primary School. It had about 250 pupils aged from 5 to just under 12 years old. The head teacher, the boss, the supreme commander of this establishment was a formidable middle-aged lady whose name was Miss Trunchbull. Naturally, Matilda was put in the bottom class, where there were 18 other small boys and girls about the same age as her. Their teacher was called Miss Honey, and she could not have been more than 23 or 24. She had a lovely pale oval Madonna face with blue eyes, and her hair was light brown. Her body was so slim and fragile, one got the feeling that if she fell over, she would smash into 1,000 pieces like a porcelain figure. Miss Jennifer Honey was a mild and quiet person who never raised her voice and was seldom seen to smile. But there's no doubt she posed the rare gift for being adored by very small children under her care. She seemed to understand totally the bewilderment and fear that so often overwhelm young children who, for the first time in their lives, are herded into a classroom and told to obey orders. Some curious warmth that was almost tangible shone out of Miss Honey's face when she spoke to a confused and homesick newcomer to the class. Miss Trunchbull, the headmistress, was something else altogether. She was a giant holy terror of fires, tyrannical monster who frightened the life out of the meanings about her even at a distance. And when she came up close, you could almost feel the dangerous heat radiating from her as from a red-hot rod of metal. When she marched, Miss Trunchbull never walked. She always marched like a stormtrooper, with long strides and arms outwings. When she marched along a corridor, you could actually hear her snorting as she went, and if a group of children happened to be in her path, she plowed right on through them like a tank, with the small people bouncing off her to left and right. Thank goodness we don't meet many people like her in this world. Also, they do exist, and all of us are likely to come across at least one of them in a lifetime. If you ever do, you should behave as you would if you met an angry rhinoceros out in the bush. Climb up the nearest tree and stay there until it is gone. This woman, in all her eccentricness and her appearance, is almost impossible to describe, but I shall make some attempt to do so a little later on. Let us leave her for the moment and go back to Matilda and her first day in Miss Honey's class. After the usual business of going through all the names of children, Miss Honey handed out a brand new exercise book to each pupil. "You have all brought your own pencils, I hope," she said. "Yes, Miss Honey," they chanted. "Good. Now, this is the very first day of school for each one of you. It is the beginning of at least 11 long years of schooling that all of you are going to have to go through. And 6 of those years will be spent right here at Cruncham Hall, where, as you know, your headmistress is Miss Trunchbull. Let me for your own good tell you something about Miss Trunchbull. She insists upon strict discipline throughout the school, and if you take my advice, you will do your very best to behave yourself in her presence. Never argue with her, never answer her back. Always do as she says. If you get on the wrong side of Miss Trunchbull, she can liquidize you like a carrot in a kitchen blender. It's nothing to laugh about, Lavender. Take the grin off your face. All of you will be wise to remember that Miss Trunchbull deals very, very severely with anyone who gets out of line in the school. Have you got the message?" "Yes, Miss Honey," interrupted 19 eager little voices. "I myself," Miss Honey went on, "want to help you to learn as much as possible while you are in the class. That is because I know it will make things easier for you later. For example, by the end of this week, I shall expect every one of you to know the 2 times table by heart. And in a year's time, I hope you will know all the multiplicate tables up to 12. It will help you enormously if you do. Now, then, do any of you happen to have learned 2 times table already?" Matilda put her hand. She was the only one. Miss Honey looked carefully at the tiny girl with dark hair and a round, serious face sitting in the second row. "Wonderful," she said. "Please stand up and recite as much of it as you can." Matilda stood up and began to say the 2 times table. When she got 2 twice 12, it's 24, she didn't stop. She went right on with twice 13 is 26, twice 14 is 28, twice 15 is 30, twice 16 is... Stop, Miss Honey said. She had been listening slightly spellbound to the smooth, ridiculous, and now she said, "How far can you go?" "How far?" Matilda said. "Well, I don't really know, Miss Honey. For a quite long way, I think." Miss Honey took a few moments to let this curious statement sink in. "You mean," she said, "that you could tell me what 2 times 28 is?" "Yes, Miss Honey." "What is it?" 56, Miss Honey." "What about something much harder, like 2 times 487? Could you tell me that?" "I think so, yes," Matilda said. "Are you sure?" "Why, yes, Miss Honey, I'm fairly sure." "What is 10 2 times 487? 974, Matilda said immediately. She spoke quietly and politely, and without any sign of showing off. Miss Honey gazed at Matilda with absolutely amazement, but when the next she spoke, she kept her voice level. "That is really splendid," she said. "But of course, multiplying by 2 is a lot easier than some of the bigger numbers. What about the other multiplication tables? Do you know any of those?" "I think so, Miss Honey, I think so." "Which ones, Matilda? How far have you got?" I don't quite know," Matilda said. "I don't know what you mean." "What I mean is, do for your instance know the 3 times table?" "Yes, Miss Honey." "And the 4 times?" "Yes, Miss Honey." "Well, how many do you know, Matilda? Do you know all the way up to the 12 times table?" "Yes, Miss Honey." "What are 12 sevens?" 84, Matilda said. Miss Honey paused and leaned back in her chair behind the plain table that stood in the middle of the floor in front of the class. She was considerably shaken by this exchange, but took care not to show it. She had never came across a 5-year-old before, or indeed a 10-year-old who could multiply with such facility. "I hope the rest of you are listening to this," she said to the class. "Matilda is a very lucky girl. She has wonderful parents who have already taught her multiple lots of numbers." "What is your mother? Who taught you?" "No, Miss Honey, it wasn't." "You must have a great father then. He must be a brilliant teacher." "No, Miss Honey," Matilda said quietly. "My father did not teach me." "You mean you taught yourself?" "I don't quite know," Matilda said truthfully. "It's just that I don't find it very difficult to multiply one number by another." Miss Honey took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She looked again at the small girl with bright eyes standing beside her desk, too sensible and solemn. "You say you don't find it difficult to multiply one number by another," Miss Honey said. "Could you try to explain that a little bit?" "Oh dear," Matilda said. "I'm not really sure." Miss Honey waited. The class was silent, all listening. "For instance," Miss Honey said, "if I asked you to multiply 14 by 19, no, that's too difficult." "It's 266, Matilda said softly. Miss Honey stared at her. Then she picked up a pencil and quickly worked out the sum on a piece of paper. "What did you say it was?" she said, looking up. 266, Matilda said. Miss Honey put down her pencil and removed her spectacles and began to polish the lenses with a piece of tissue. The class remained quiet, watching her and waiting for what is coming next. Matilda was still standing up beside her desk. "Now, tell me, Matilda," Miss Honey said, still polishing. "Try to tell me exactly what goes on inside your head when you get a multiplication like that to do. You obviously have to work it out in some way, but you seem able to arrive at the answer almost instantly. Take the one you've just done, 14 multiplied by 19. I simply put the 14 down in my head and multiplied it between 19, Matilda said. I'm afraid I don't know how else to explain it. I've always said to myself that if a little pocket calculator can do it, why shouldn't I? Why not? Indeed, Miss Honey said. The human brain is an amazing thing. I think it is a lot better than a lump of metal, Matilda said. That is a calculator. How right you are, Miss Honey said. Pocket calculators are not allowed in the school anyway. Miss Honey was feeling quite quiver. There was no doubt in her mind that she had met a truly extraordinary mathematical brain, and words like children, genius, and prodigy went flitting through her head. She knew that these sorts of wonders do pop up in the world from time to time, but only once or twice in 100 years. After all, Mozart was only 5 when he started composing for the piano, and look what happened to him. It's not fair, Lavender said. How can she do it and we can't? Don't worry, Lavender. You soon catch up, Miss Honey said, lying through her teeth. At this point, Miss Honey could not resist the temptation of exploring still further the mind of this astonished child. She knew that she ought to be paying some attention to the rest of the class, but she was altogether too excited to let the matter rest. Well, she said, pretending to address the whole class, let us leave sums for the moment and see if any of you have begun to learn to spell. Hands up. Anyone who can spell cat. 3 hands went up. They belonged to Lavender, a small boy called Nigel, and to Matilda. Spell cat, Nigel. Nigel spelled it. Miss Honey now decided to ask the question that normally she would not have dreamed of asking the class on its first day. I wonder, she said, whether any of you 3 who know how to spell cat have learned how to read a whole group of words when they are strung together in a sentence. I have, Nigel said. So have I, Lavender said. Miss Honey went to the blackboard and wrote with her white chalk the sentence, I have already begun to learn how to read long sentences. She had proposed, made it difficult, and she knew that there were precious few 5 years around who were able to manage it. Can you tell me what this says, Nigel? She asked. That's too hard, Nigel said. Lavender? The first word is I, Lavender said. Can any one of you read the whole sentence? Miss Honey asked, waiting for the yes that she felt certain was going to come from Matilda. Yes, Matilda said. Go ahead, Miss Honey said. Matilda read the sentence without any hesitation at all. That really is very good indeed, Miss Honey said, making the understatement of her life. How much can you read, Matilda? I think I can read most things, Miss Honey, Matilda said. Also, I'm afraid I can always understand the meanings. Miss Honey got her feet and walked smartly out of the room, but was back in the 30 seconds carrying a tight book. She opened it at random and placed it on Matilda's desk. This is a book of humorous poetry, she said. See if you can read that one alone. Smoothly, without a pause and at a nice spread, Matilda began to read. An epicure dining at Grove found a rather large mouse in his stew. Cried the waiter, Don't shout, and wave it about, or the rest will be wanting one too. Several children saw the funny side of the riddle. and laughed. Miss Honey said, "Do you know what an epicure is, Matilda?" "It is someone who is dainty with his eating," Matilda said. "That's correct," Miss Honey said. "And do you happen to know what that particular type of poetry is called?" "It's called a limerick," Matilda said. "That's a lovely one. It's so funny." "It's a famous one," Miss Honey said, picking up the book and returning it to her table in front of the class. "A witty limerick is very hard to write," she added. "They look as easy, but they most certainly not." "I know," Matilda said. "I've tried quite a few times, but mine are never any good." "You have you?" Miss Honey said, more startled than ever. "Well, Matilda, I would very much like to hear one of these limericks you say you have written. Could you try to remember one for us?" "Well," Matilda said, hesitating, "I've actually been trying to make up one about you, Miss Honey, while we've been sitting here." "About me?" Miss Honey said. "Well, we've certainly got to hear that one, haven't we?" "I don't think I want to say it, Miss Honey." "Please tell it," Miss Honey said. "I promise I won't mind." "I think you will, Miss Honey, because I have to use your first name to make things rhyme, and that's why I don't want to say it." "How do you know my first name?" Miss Honey asked. "I heard another teacher calling you by it just before." Matilda said. "She called you Jenny." "I insist upon hearing this limerick," Miss Honey said, smiling on her rare smiles. "Stand up and receive it." Reluctantly, Matilda stood up, and very slowly, very nervously, she recited her limerick. "The thing we all ask about Jenny is, surely there cannot be many young girls in the place who so lovely a face. The answer to that is not any." The whole of Miss Honey's pale and pleasant face blushed a brilliant scarlet. Then once again she smiled. It was a much broader, and this time a smile of pure pleasure. "Why, thank you, Matilda," she said, still smiling. "Also, it is not true. It is a really good limerick." Oh dear, I must try to remember that one." From the third row of desk, Lavender said. "It's good. I like it." "It's true as well," a small boy called Robert said. "Of course it's true," Nigel said. Already the whole class had begun the warm towards Miss Honey. Also, as yet she had hardly taken any notice of any of them except Matilda. "Who taught you to read, Matilda?" Miss Honey asked. "I just thought out of talks myself, Miss Honey." "And have you all read any books all by yourself? Any children books, I mean?" "I've read all the ones that are in the public library in the High Street, Miss Honey." "And did you like them?" "I like some of them very much indeed," Matilda said, "but I thought others were fairly dull." "Tell me one that you liked." "I liked The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe," Matilda said. "I think Mr. C.S. Lewis is a very good writer, but he has on failing. There are no funny bits in this book." "You are right there," Miss Honey said. "There aren't many funny bits in Mr. Tolkien either," Matilda said. "Do you think that a children's book ought to have funny bits in them?" Miss Honey asked. "I do," Matilda said. "Children are not so serious as grown up, and they love to laugh." Miss Honey was astounded by the wisdom of this tiny girl. She said, "And what are you going to do now that you read all the children's books?" "I'm reading other books," Matilda said. "I borrow them from the library. Miss Phelps is very kind to me. She helps me to choose them." Miss Honey was learning far forward over her fork table and gazing in wonder at the child. She had completely forgotten now about the rest of the class. "What other books?" she moaned. "I am a very fan of Charles Dickens," Matilda said. "He makes me laugh a lot, especially Mr. Pickwick." At that moment, the bell in the corridor sounded for the end of the class. The trunch ball. In the interval, Miss Honey left the classroom and headed straight for the headmister's study. She felt wildly excited. She had just met a small girl who possessed, or so it seemed to her, quite extraordinary quality of brilliance. There had not been time yet to find out exactly how brilliant the child was, but Miss Honey had learned enough to realize that something had to be done about it as soon as possible. It would be ridiculous to leave a child like that stuck in the bottom form normally. Miss Honey was terrified of that headmistress and kept well away from her, but at this moment she felt ready to take on a body. She knocked on the door of the dreaded private study. "Enter," boomed the deep and dangerous voice of Miss Trunchbull. Miss Honey went in. Now must head teachers are chosen because possess a number of fine qualities. They understand children and they have the children's best interest at heart. They are sympathetic. They are fair and they are deeply interested in education. Miss Trunchbull possessed none of these qualities, and how she ever got her present job was a mystery. She was above all a most formidable female. She had once been a famous athlete, and even now the muscles were still clearly in evidence. You could see them in the ball neck, in the big shoulders, in the thick arms, in the thin wide wrist, and in the powerful legs. Looking at her, you got the feeling that this was someone who could bend iron bars and tear telephone directors in half. Her face, I'm afraid, was neither a thing of beauty nor joy forever. She had an obstinate chin, a cruel mouth, and a small, arrogant eye. And as for her clothes, they were, to say the last, extremely odd. She always had on a brown cotton smock, which was pinched in around the waist with a wide leather belt. The belt was fastened in front with an enormous silver buckle. The massive sticks which emerged from out of the smock were encased in a pair of extraordinary breeches, bottle green in color and made of coarse twill. These breeches reached to just below the knees, and from there on down she sported green stockings with turn-up tops, which disabled her calf muscles to perfection. On her feet she wore flat-heeled brown brogues with leather flaps. She looked, in short, more like a rather eccentric and bloodthirsty follower of the stage hound than the headmister of an high school for children. When Miss Honey entered the study, Miss Trunchbull was standing beside her huge desk with a look of scrolling impatience on her face. "Yes, Miss Honey," she said. "What is what you want? You're looking very flushed and flustered this morning. What's the matter with you? Have those little stinkers been flicking spitballs at you?" "No, headmistress, nothing like that." "Well, what is it then? Get on with it. I'm a busy woman." As she spoke, she reached out and poured herself a glass of water from a jug that was always on her desk. "There's a little girl in my class called Matilda," Miss Honey began. "That's the daughter of the man who owns Wormwood Motors in the village." Miss Trunchbull barked. She hardly ever spoke in a normal voice. She either barked or shouted. "An excellent person, Wormwood," she went on. "I was in there only yesterday. He sold me a car, almost new." only done 10,000 miles. Previous owner was an old lady who took it out once a year at the most. A terrific bargain. Yes, I liked Wormwood, a real pillar of our society. He told me the daughter was a bad Lord Toff. He said to watch her. He said if anything bad ever happened in the school, it was certain to be his daughter who did it. I haven't met the little brat yet, but she'll know about it when I do. Her father says she's really bored. Oh no, headmistress, that can't be right, Miss Honey cried. Oh yes, Miss Honey, it darn well is right. In fact now, I come to the thing of it, I bet it was she who put the stink bomb under my desk here, first thing this morning. The place stunk like a sewer. Of course it was her. I shall have her for that, you see, if I don't. What does she look like, nasty little worm? I'll be found. I have discovered, Miss Honey, during my long career as a teacher, that a bad girl is a far more dangerous creature than a bad boy. What's more, they're much harder to. Squashing a bad girl is like trying to squash a blue bottle. You bang down on it and the darn thing isn't there. Nasty, dirty things little girls are. Glad I never was one. Oh, but you must have been a little girl once, headmistress. Surely you were. Not for long anyway, Miss Trunchbull barked, grinning. I become a woman very quick. She's completely off her rocker, Miss Honey told herself. She's balmy as a bedbug. Miss Honey stood revolutionary before the headmistress. For once she was not going to be browbeaten. I must tell you, headmistress, she said, that you are completely mistaken about Matilda, putting a stink bomb under your desk. I am never mistaken, Miss Honey. But headmistress, the child only arrived in school this morning and came straight to the classroom. Don't argue with me, for heaven's sake, woman. This little brute Matilda, or whatever her name is, has stink-bombed my study. There's no doubt about it. Thank you for suggesting it. But I didn't suggest it, headmistress. Of course you did. Now, what is what you want, Miss Honey? Why are you wasting my time? I came to you to talk about Matilda, headmistress. I have extraordinary things to report about the child. May I please tell you what happened in the class just now? I suppose she set a fire to your skirt and scorched your knickers, Miss Trumbull snorted. No, Miss Honey cried out. Matilda is a genius. At the mention of this word, Miss Trunchbull first turned purple, and her whole body seemed to swell up like a bullfrog's. A genius, she shouted. What piffle is this you are taking, madam? You must be out of your mind. I have her father's word for it that the child is a gangster. Her father is wrong, headmistress. Don't be twerp. You have met the little beast for only a half one eye, and father has known her all life. But Miss Honey was determined to have her say, and she now began to describe some of the amazing things Matilda has done. So, she's learned a few tables by heart, has she? Miss Trunchbull barked. My dear woman, that doesn't make her genius. It makes her a parrot. But headmistress can read. So can I, Miss Trunchbull snapped. It is my opinion, Miss Honey said, that Matilda should be taken out of a form and placed immediately in the top form with 11 years old. Ha! snored Miss Trunchbull. So you want to get rid of her, do you? So you can't handle her. So now you want to unload her on the wretched Miss Plissum in the top form, where she will cause even more chaos. No, cried Miss Honey. That is not my reason at all. Oh yes, it is, shouted Miss Trunchbull. I can see right through your little plot, madam, and my answer is no. Matilda stays where she is and it is up to you to see that she behaves herself." "But headmistress, please, not another word about," said Miss Trunchbull. "And in any case, I have a rule in the school that the children remain in their own age groups regardless of ability." Great Scott! I am not having a little 5-year-old Bridget sitting with the senior girls and boys in the top form. Who ever heard of such a thing? Miss Honey stood there helpless before this great red-necked giant. There was a lot more she would like to have said, but she knew it was useless. She said softly, "Very well then, it's up to you, headmistress." "You're darn right, it's up to me," Miss Trunchbull belled. "And don't forget, madam, that we are dealing here with a little viper who put a stink bomb under my desk." "She did not do that, headmistress." "Of course she did it," Miss Trunchbull boomed. "And I tell you what, I wish to heavens I was still allowed to use the birch and belt as I did in the good old days. I've had roasted Matilda's bottom for her so she couldn't sit down for a month." Miss Honey turned and walked out of the study feeling depressed, but by no means defeated. "I'm going to do something about this child," she told herself. "I don't know what it will be, but I shall find a way to help her in the end." The parents. When Miss Honey emerged from the headmistress study, most of the children were outside in the playground. Her first move was to go round to the various teachers who taught the senior class and borrow from them a number of textbooks. Books and algebra, geometry, French, English, literature, and that. Then she sought out Matilda and called her into the classroom. "There is no point," she said, "in you sitting in the class doing nothing while I am teaching the rest of the form the 2 timetable and how to spell cat and rat and mouse. So during each lesson, I shall give you one of these textbooks to study. At the end of the lesson, you can come up to me with your questions. If you have any, I shall try to help you." "How does that sound?" "Thank you, Miss Honey," Matilda said. "That sounds fine." "I am sure," Miss Honey said, "that we'll be able to get you moved into a much higher form later on. But for the moment, the headmistress wishes you to stay where you are." "Very well, Miss Honey," Matilda said. "Thank you so much for getting those books for me. What a nice child she is," Miss Honey thought. "I don't care what her father said about her. She seems very quiet and gentle to me, and not a bit stuck up in spite of her brilliance. In fact, she hardly seems aware of it." So when the class reassembled, Matilda went to her desk and began to study a textbook in geometry, which Miss Honey had given her. The teacher kept half an eye on her all the time and noticed that the child very soon became deeply absorbed in the book. She never glanced up once during the entire lesson. Miss Honey, meanwhile, was making another decision. She was decided that she would go herself and have a secret talk with Matilda's mother and father as soon as possible. She simply refused to let the matter rest where it was. The whole thing was ridiculous. She couldn't believe that the parents were totally unaware of their daughter's remarkable talents. After all, Mr. Wormwood was successful motor car dealer, so she presumed that he was a fairly intelligent man himself. In any event, parents never underestimate the ability of their own child. Quite the reverse. Sometimes it was well-nigh impossible for a teacher to convince the proud father or mother that their beloved offspring was a completely nitwit. Miss Honey felt confident that she would have no difficulty in convincing Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood that Matilda was something very special indeed. The trouble was going to be stop them from getting over enthusiastic. And now Miss Honey's hopes began to expand even further. She started wondering whether permission might not be sought from the parents for her to give the primitive tuition to Matilda after school. The prospect of coaching a child as bright as it appealed enormously to her professional instinct as a teacher. And suddenly, she decided that she would go and call on Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood that very evening. She would go fairly late, between 9 and 10 o'clock, when Matilda was sure to be in bed. And that is preciously what she did. Having got the address from the school records, Miss Honey set out the walk from her own to the Wormwoods' house shortly after 9. She found the house in a pleasant street where each smallish building was separated from its neighbors by a bit of garden. It was a modern brick house that could not have been cheap to buy, and the name on the gate said Cozy Nook. Nosy Cook might have been better, Miss Honey thought. She was given to playing with the words in the way. She walked up the path and rang the bell. And while she stood waiting, she could hear the television blaring inside. The door was opened by a small, ratty-looking man with a thin, ratty mustache, who was wearing a sports coat that had an orange and red stripe in the material. "Yes," he said, peering out Miss Honey. "If you are selling raffle tickets, I don't want any." "I'm not," Miss Honey said, "and please forgive me for butting in on you like this. I'm Matilda's teacher at school, and it is important I have a word with you and your wife." "Got into trouble already, has she?" Mr. Wormwood said, blocking the door. Well, she's your responsibility from now on. You have to deal with her." "She is no in trouble at all," Miss Honey said. "I have come with good news about her. Quite startling news, Mr. Wormwood. Do you think I might come in for a few minutes and talk to you about Matilda?" "We are right in the middle of watching one of our favorite programs," Mr. Wood said. "This is most inconvenient. Why don't you come back some other time?" Miss Honey began to lose patience. "Mr. Wormwood," she said, "if you think some rotten TV program is more important than your daughter's future, then you ought not be a parent. Why don't you switch the damn thing off and listen to me?" That shook Mr. Wormwood. He was not used to being spoken to in this way. He peered carefully at the slim, frail woman who stood so resolutely out in the porch. "Oh, very well then," he snapped. "Come on in and let's get it over with." Miss Honey stepped briskly inside. "Mrs. Wormwood isn't going to thank you for this," the man said as he led her into the sitting room, where a large platinum blonde woman was gazing rapturously at the TV screen. "Who is this?" the woman said, not looking around. "Some school teacher," Miss Wormwood said. "She says she got to talk to us about Matilda." He crossed to the TV, sat and turned down the sound, but left the picture on the screen. "Don't do that, Harry," Mrs. Wormwood cried out. "Willard is just about to propose to Angelica." "You can still watch it while we are talking," Mr. Wormwood said. "This is Matilda's teacher. She says she's got some sort of news to give to us." "My name is Jennifer Honey," Miss Honey said. "How do you do, Mrs. Wormwood?" Mrs. Wormwood glared at her and said, "What's the trouble then?" Nobody invited Miss Honey to sit down, so she chose a chair and sat down anyway. "This," she said, "was your daughter's first day at school." "We know that," Mr. Wormwood said, ratty about missing her program. "Is that all you came to tell us?" Miss Honey started hard into the other woman's wet grey eyes, and she allowed the silence to hang in the air until Mrs. Wormwood became uncomfortable. "Do you wish me to explain where I came?" she said. Get on with it, Mrs. Howard said. I'm sure you know, Miss Honey said, that children in the bottom class at school are not expected to be able to read or spell or judge with numbers when the first arrive. 5-year-olds cannot do that, but Matilda can do it all. And if I am to believe her, I wouldn't, Mrs. Wormwood said. She was still readily at loss, losing the sound on the tea-tray. Was she lying then, Miss Honey said, when she told me that nobody taught her multiple or to read? Did either of you teach her? Teach her what? Mr. Wormwood said. To read? To read books, Miss Honey said. Perhaps you did teach her. Perhaps she was lying. Perhaps you have shelves full of books all over the house. I wouldn't know. Perhaps you are both great readers. Of course we read, Miss Wormwood said. Don't be so daft. I read the autocar and the motor from cover to cover every week. This child has already read an astonishment number of books, Miss Honey said. I was simply trying to find out if she came from a family that loved good literature. We don't hold with book reading, Mr. Wormwood said. You can't make a living from sitting on your fanny and reading storybooks. We don't keep them in the house. I see, Miss Honey said. Well, all I came to tell you was that Matilda has a brilliant mind, but I expect you know that already. Of course I knew she could read, the mother said. She spends her life up in her room buried in some silly books. But does it not integrate you, Miss Honey said, that a little 5-year-old child is reading long adult novels by Dickens and Hemingway? Doesn't that make you jump on down with excitement? Not particularly, the mother said. I'm not in favor of blue stocking girls. A girl should think about making herself look attractive so she can get a good husband later on. Looks is more important than books, Miss Hunky. The name is Honey, Miss Honey said. Now look at me, Mrs. Woman said. Then look at you. You choose books. I choose looks. Miss Honey looked at the plain plump person within the smug suit pudding face who was sitting across the room. What did you say? She asked. I said you choose books and I choose looks, Mrs. Wormwood said. And who's finished up the better off? Me, of course. I'm sitting pretty in a nice house with a successful businessman, and you are left slaving away teaching a lot of nasty little children the ABC. Quite right, Sugar Plum, Mr. Wormwood said, casting a look of such simpering sloppiness at his wife. It would have made a cat sick. Miss Honey indicated that if she was going to get anywhere with these people, she must not lose her temper. I haven't told you all of it yet, she said. Matilda so far is, I can gather at the early stage, and also kind of mathematical genius. She can multiple complicated figures in her head like lightning. What's the point of that when you can buy a calculator? Mr. Wormwood said. A girl doesn't get many by buying brainy, Mrs. Wormwood said. Look at the film star, for instance, she added, pointing at the silent TV screen where a bossomy female was being embraced by a cracky actor in the moonlight. You don't think she got him to do that by multiple figures at a time, do you? Not likely. And now he's going to marry her. You see if he doesn't. And she's going to live in a mansion with a butler and lots of maids. Miss Honey could hardly believe what she was hearing. She heard that parents like this exist all over the place and that their children turned out to be delinquent dropouts, but it was still a shock to meet a pair of them in the flesh. Matilda's trouble, she said, trying once again, is that she is far ahead of everyone else around her, that it might be worth thinking about some extra kind of private tuition. I seriously believe that she could be brought up to university standard in 2 or 3 years with the proper coaching. University, Mr. Wombat shouted, bouncing up in his chair. Who wants to go to the university, for heaven's sakes? All they learn there is bad habits. That is not true, Miss Honey said. If you had a heart attack this minute and had to call a doctor, that a doctor would be university gratitude. If you got sued for selling someone a rotten second-hand car, you have got to get a lawyer and he had to be university gratitude too. Do not despise clever people, Mr. Wombat. But I can see we're not going to agree. I'm sorry I burst in you like this. Miss Honey rose from her chair and walked out of the room. Mr. Wormwood followed her to the front door and said, Good of you to come, Miss Hawks, or it's Miss Horace. It's neither, Miss Honey said, but let it go. And away she went. Throwing the hammer. The nice thing about Matilda was that if you had met her casually and talked to her, you would have thought she was a perfectly normal 5.5-year-old child. She displayed almost no outward signs of her brilliance, and she never showed off. This is a very sensible and quiet little girl, you would have said to yourself. And unless for some reason you had started a discussion with her about literature, mathematics, and you would never have known the extent of her brain power. It was therefore easy for Matilda to make friends with other children. All those in her class liked her. They knew, of course, that she was clever, because I had heard her being questioned by Miss Honey on the first day of term. And they knew also that she was allowed to sit quietly with a book during lessons and not pay attention to the teacher. But children of their age do not search deeply for reasons. They are far too overmuch about what are other doing and why. Among Matilda's new-found friends was the girl called the Lavender. Right from the first day of term, the two of them started wandering around together during the morning break and in lunch hour. Lavender was as exceptionally small for her age, a skinny little nymph with deep brown eyes and with dark hair that was cut in fringe across her forehead. Matilda liked it. And she liked her, because she was gutsy and adventurous. She liked Matilda for exactly the same reasons. Before the first week of term was up, awesome tales about the headmistress, Miss Trunkball, began to filter through the newcomers. Matilda and Lavender, standing in a corner of the playground during morning break on the third day, were approached by a rude 10-year-old with a boil on her nose. Call it Hortensia. New scum, I suppose, Hortensia said to them, looking down from her great height. She was eating from an extra-large bag of potato crisps and digging the stuff out in handfuls. Welcome to war style, she added, spraying bits of crisp out her mouth like snowflakes. The two tiny ones confronted by this giant kept a watchful silence. Have you met the Trunchbull yet? Hortensia asked. You have seen her at the prayers, Lavender said, but we haven't met her. You got a treat coming to you, Hortensia said. She hates very small children. She therefore loathes the bottom class and everyone in it. She thinks 5 years old are grubs that haven't yet hatched out. In went another fistful of crisp, and when she spoke again, out sprayed the crumbs. If you survive your first year, You may just manage to live through the rest of your time here. But many don't survive. They get carried out in stretcher screaming. I've seen it often. Hortensia paused to observe the exit these remarks. We're having on the two titchy ones, not very much. They seem pretty cool, so the large one decided to regale them with further information. I suppose you know the Trunchbull has locked up Cuckboard in a private quarters called the Chuki. Have you heard about the Chuki? Matilda and Lavender shook their heads and continued to gaze up to the giant. Being very small, they were including the mistrust and creature that was larger than they were, especially senior girls. The Shockey Hortensia went on. Is a very tall but very narrow cupboard. The floor is only 10 inches square, so you can't sit down or squat in it. You have to stand. And 3 of the walls are made of cement with a bit of broken glass sticking out all over, so you can't lean against them. You have to stand more or less at attention all the time when you get locked up in there. It's terrible. Can't you lean against the door? Matilda asked. Don't be daft, Hortensia said. The door's got thousands of sharp spiky nails sticking out of it. They've been hammered through from the outside, probably by the Trunchbull herself. Have you ever been in there? Lavender asked. My first term, I was in there 6 times, Hortensia said. Twice for a whole day and the other times for 2 hours each. But 2 hours is quite bad enough. It's pitch dark and you have to stand up that straight, and if you're wobbly at all you get spiked either by the glass on the walls or the nails on the door. Why were you put in it? Matilda asked. What have you done? The first time, Hortensia said, I poured half a tin of golden syrup on the seat of the chair of the Trunchbull was going to sit on at prayers. It was wonderful. When she lowered herself into the chair, there was a loud squelching noise similar to that made by Hippopotamus when lowering its foot into the mud on the banks of the Limpopo River. But you're too small and stupid to have read this. Just those stories. Aren't you? I've read them, Matilda said. You are a liar, Hortensia said ambitiously. You can't even read yet, but no matter. So when the Trunchbull sat down on the golden syrup, the squelch was beautiful. And when she jumped up again, the chair sort of stuck to the seat of those awful green breeches she wears and came up with her for a few seconds until the thick syrup slowly came unstuck. Then she glazed her hands to the seat of her breeches, and both hands got covered in the muck. You should have heard her bellow. But how did she know it was you? Lavender asked. A little squirt called Ollie Bogwhistle sneaked on me, Hortensia said. I knocked his front teeth out, and the Trunchbull put you in the choke. For a whole day? Matilda asked, gulping. All day long, Hortensia said. I was off my rocker when she let me out. I was bubbling like an idiot. What were the other things you did to get put in the choke? Lavender asked. Oh, I can't remember them all now, Hortensia said. She spoke with the air of an old warrior who has been in so many battles that the bravery has become commonplace. It's all so long ago, she added, stuffing more crisp in her mouth. Ah, yes, I can remember one. Here's what happened. I chose a time when I knew the Trunchbull was out of the way, teaching the 6th formers, and I put up my hand and asked to get to the box. But instead of going there, I sneaked into the Trunchbull's room, and after a speedy search, I found the drawer where she kept all her gym knickers. Go on, Matilda said, spellbound. What happened next? I had sent away by post, you see, for this very powerful itching powder, Hortensia said. It cost 50 pence a package and was called the Skin Scrusher. The label said it was made from the powdery teeth of deadly snakes, and it was guaranteed to rise welts the size of walnut on your skin. So I sprinkled the stuff inside every pair of knickers and in the drawer, and then I folded them all up again carefully. Hortensia paused to cram more crisp into her mouth. Did it work? Lavender asked. Well, Hortensia said, a few days later during prayers, the Trunchbull suddenly started scratching herself like mad down below. Aha, I said to myself, here we go. She's changed it for Jim already. It was pretty wonderful to be sitting there watching it all and knowing that I was the only person in the whole school who realized exactly what was going on inside the Trunchbull pants. And I felt safe too. I knew I couldn't be caught. Then the scratching got worse. She couldn't stop. She must have thought she had a wasp nest down there. And then right in the middle of the Lord's Prayer, she leaped up and grabbed her bottom and rushed out of the room. Both Matilda and Lavender were enthralled. It was quite clear to them that they were at this moment standing in the presence of a master. Here was somebody who had brought the art of skullduggery to the highest point of perfection. Somebody, moreover, who was willing to risk life and limb in pursuit of her calling. They gazed in wonder at this goddess, and suddenly even the boil on her nose was no longer a blemish, but a badge of courage. But how did she catch you that time? Lavender asked, breathless with wonder. She didn't, Hortensia said, but I got a day in the choky jail just the same. Why? The both asked. The Trunchbull, Hortensia said, has a nasty habit of guessing. When she doesn't know who the culprit is, she makes a guess at it, and the trouble is she often right. I was the prima suspect this time, because of the golden syrup job, and also I knew she didn't have any proof. Nothing I said made a difference. I kept shouting. How could I have done it, Miss Trunchbull? I didn't even know you kept any spark knitters at school. I don't even know what itching powder is. I've never heard of it. But the line didn't help me in spite of the great performance I put on. The Trunchbull simply grabbed me by one ear and rushed me to the chokey at the double and threw me inside and locked the door. That was my second all-day stretch. I was absolutely tortured. I was spiked and cut all over when I came out. It's like a war, Matilda said, overwrought. You're darn right, it's like a war, Hortensia cried. And the casualties are terrific. We are the Crusaders, the gallant army, fighting for our lives with hardly any weapons at all, and the Trunchbull is the prince of darkness, the fool serpent, the fire dragon with all the weapons at her command. It's a tough life. We all try to support each other. You can really rely on us, Lavender said, making her height of 3 feet 2 inches stretch as tall as possible. No, I can't, said Hortensia. You are only shrimps, but you never know. We may find a use for you and in one day in some undercover job. Tell us just a little bit more about what she does, Matilda said. Please do. I mustn't frighten you before you have been here a week, Hortensia said. You won't, Lavender said. We may be small, but we are quite tough. Listen to this then, Hortensia said. Only yesterday the Trunchbull caught a boy called Julius. He eating liquor alzots during the scripture lesson. and she simply picked him up by one arm and flung him clear out of the open classroom window. Our classroom is one floor up, and we saw Julius go sailing out over the garden like a frisbee, and landing with a thump in the middle of the lettuce. Then the Trunchbull turned us and said, "From now on, anybody caught eating in class goes straight out of the window." "Did this Julius break any bones?" Lavender asked. "Only a few," Hortensia said. "You've got to remember that the Trunchbull once threw the hammer for Brighton in the Olympics, so she was very proud of her right arm." "What is throwing the hammer?" Lavender asked. "The hammer," Hortensia said, "is actually a ruddy-growed cannonball in the end of a long bit of wire, and the thrower whisks it around and around his or her head faster and faster, and then lets it go. You have to be terrifically strong. The Trunchbull will throw anything around just to keep her arm in, especially children." "Good heavens," Lavender said. "I once heard her say," Hortensia went on, "that a large boy is about the same weight as an Olympic hammer, and therefore he is very useful for practicing with." At that point, something strange happened. The playground, which up to then had been filled with shrieks and shouting children at play, all at once became silent as a grave. "Watch out," Hortensia whispered. Matilda and Lavender glanced around and saw the giant figure of Miss Trunchbull advancing through the crowd of boys and girls with menacing strides. The children drew back hastily to let her through, and her progress to asphalt was like that of Moses going through Red Sea when the water parted. A formidable figure she was too, in her belted smock and green branches. Below the knees her calves' muscles stood out like grapefruits inside her stockings. "Amanda Thrip," she was shouting. "You, Amanda Thrip, come here." "Hold your heads," Hortensia whispered. "What's going to happen?" Lavender whispered back. "That idiot Amanda," Hortensia said, "has let her long hair grow even longer during the holds, and her mother has plaited it into pigtails. Silly thing to do." "Why silly?" Matilda asked. "If there's one thing that the Trunchbull can't stand, it's pigtails." Matilda and Lavender saw the giant and the green branches advancing upon a girl of about 10 who had a pair of plate golden pigtails hanging over her shoulders. Each pigtail had a blue satin bow at the end of it, and it looked very pretty. The girl wearing the pigtails, Amanda Thrip, stood quite still, watching the advanced giant, and the expression on her face was one that you might find on the face of a person who is trapped in a small field within an enraged bull which is chartering flat out towards her. The girl was glued to the spot, terror-struck, pop-eyed, quivering, knowing for certain that the day of judgment had become for her at last. Miss Trunchbull had now reached the victim and stood towering over her. "I want those filthy pigtails off before you come back to school tomorrow," she barked. "Chop 'em off and throw 'em in the dusting, you understood?" Amanda, paralyzed with fright, managed to stutter. Mommy likes them. She played them for me every morning." "Your mommy is a twit," the Trunchbull bellowed. She pointed a finger the size of a salami at the child's head and shouted, "You look like a rat with a tail coming out of his head." Mommy thinks I look lovely, Miss Trunchbull," Amanda stuttered, shaking like a blank-mensch. "I don't give a tinker's toot what your mommy thinks," the Trunchbull yelled. and with that, she lunged forward and grabbed hold of Amanda's big tails in her right fist and lifted the girl clear off the ground. Then she started swinging her round and round her head, faster and faster, and Amanda was screaming blue murder on the trunchbull was yelling, "I gave you pigtails, you little rat." Shade of the Olympics, Hortensia Maud. She's getting up speed now, just like she does with the hammer. 10-1 she's going to throw her. And now the trunchbull was leaning back against the weight of the whirling girl and pivoting expertly on her toes, spinning around and around. And soon Amanda's rib was traveling so fast she became a blur. And suddenly, with a mighty grunt, the trunchbull let go of the pigtails, and Amanda went sailing like a rocket right over the fire fence of the playground and high up in the sky. "Well thrown, sir," someone shouted from across the playground, and Matilda, who was mesmerized by the whole crazy affair, saw Amanda's rib destinated in a long, graceful parabola on the playground field beyond. She landed on the grass and bounced 3 times and finally came to rest. Then, amazingly, she sat up. She looked a trifle dazed, and who could blame her? But after a minute or so, she was on her feet again and trotting back towards the playground. The trunchbull stood in the playground, dusting off her hands. "Not bad," she said, "considering I'm not in strict training." "Not bad at all." Then she strode away. "She's mad," Hortensia said. "But don't the parents complain?" Matilda asked. "Would yours?" Hortensia asked. "I know my wouldn't. She treats the mothers and fathers just the same as the children, and they all scared to death of her. I'll be seeing you sometime, you two." And with that, she sauntered away. Bruce, Brock, Trotter, and the cake. "How can she get away with that?" Lavender said to Matilda. "Surely the children go home and tell their mothers and fathers. I know my father would raise a terrific stink if I told him the headmistress had grabbed me by the hair and slung me over the playground fence." "No, he wouldn't," Matilda said, "and I'll tell you why. He simply wouldn't believe you." "Of course he would. He wouldn't," Matilda said, "and the reason is obvious. Your story would sound too ridiculous to be obvious. Your story would sound too ridiculous to be believed. And this is the trunchbull's great secret." "What is?" Lavender asked. Matilda said, "Never do anything by halves if you want to get away with it. Be outrageous. Go the whole hog. Make sure everything you do is so completely crazy it's unbelievable. No parent is going to believe this pigtail story, not in a million years. Mine wouldn't. They'd call me a liar." "In that case," Lavender said, "Amanda's mother isn't going to cut her pigtails off." "No, she isn't," Matilda said. "Amanda will do it herself. You see if she doesn't." "Do you think she's mad?" Lavender asked. "Who? The trunchbull?" "No, I don't think she's mad," Matilda said, "but she's very dangerous. Being in the school is like being in a cage with a cobra. You have to be very fast on your feet." They got another example of how dangerous the headmistress could be on the very next day. During lunch, an announcement was made that the whole school should go in the assembly hall and be seated as soon as the meal was over. When all the 250 or so boys and girls were settled down in assemble, the trunchbull marched on the platform. None of the other teachers came in with her. She was carrying a riding crop in her right hand. She stood up there and center stage in her green breeches with legs apart and riding crop in hand, glaring at the sea of opportune faces before her. "What's going to happen?" Lavender whispered. "I don't know," Matilda whispered back. The whole school waited for what was coming next. Bruce Bockatra, the trunchbull, barked suddenly. "Where is Bruce Bockatra?" A hand shot up among the seated children. "Come up here," the trunchbull shouted, "and look smart about it." An 11-year-old boy, who was delicately large and round, stood up and waddled briskly forward. He climbed up on the platform. "Stand over here," the trunchbull ordered, pointing. The boy stood to one side. He looked nervous. He knew very well he wasn't up there to be presented with a prize. He was watching the headmistress with an extremely wary eye, and he kept edging farther and farther away from her with the little shuffles of his feet, rather as a rat might edge away from a terrier that is watching and cross of the room. His plump, flabby face had turned grey with a fearful apprehension. His stockings hung about his ankles. "This clod," boomed the headmistress, pointing the riding crop at him like a rapier. "This black hat, this foul carbuncle, this poisonous pustule that you see before you is none other than a disgusting criminal, a denizen of the underworld, a member of the mafia." "Who, me?" Bruce Bockatra said, looking genuinely puzzled. "A thief?" the trunchbull screamed. "A crook, a pirate, a briton, a rustler." "Steady on," the boy said. "I mean, dash it all, headmistress. Do you deny it, you miserable little gumball? Do you plead not guilty?" "I do not know what you're talking about," the boy said, more puzzled than ever. "I tell you what I'm talking about, you suppurating little blister," the trunchbull shouted. "Yesterday morning during break, you sneaked like a serpent into the kitchen and stole a slice of my private chocolate cake from my tea tray. That tray had just been prepared from personal by the cook. It was more morning snack. And as for the cake, it was my own private stock. And that's what not boy's cake. You don't think for 1 minute I'm going to eat the filth I gave to you?" That cake was made from real butter and real cream. And he, that robber bandit, that safe cracker, that high one standing over there with his socks around his ankles, stole it and ate it. "I never did," the boy exclaimed, turning away from the grey to white. "Don't lie to me, Bockatra," barked the trunchbull. "So cook saw you. What's more, she saw you're eating it." The trunchbull paused to wipe off leak of froth from her lips. When she spoke again, her voice was suddenly softer, quieter, more friendly, and she leaned towards the boy, smiling. "You like my special chocolate cake, don't you? It's rich and delicious, isn't it?" "Very good," the boy mumbled. The words were out before he could stop himself. "You are right," the trunchbull said. "It is very good. Therefore I think you should congratulate the cook. When a gentleman has had a particular good meal, he always sends his compliments to the chef. You didn't know that, did you? But those who inhabit the criminal underworld are not noted for their good manners." The boy remained silent. "Cook," the Trunchbull shouted, turning her head towards the door. "Come here, cook. Bogotti wishes to tell you how good your chocolate cake is." The cook, a tall, shriveled female who looked as though that all her body juices had been dried out of her long age in a hot oven, walked on the platform wearing a dirty white apron. Her entrance had clearly been arranged beforehand by the headmistress. "Now then, Bogotti," the Trunchbull boomed. "Tell cook what you think of her chocolate cake." "Very good," the boy mumbled. You could see he was now beginning to wonder what all this was leading up to. The only thing he knew for certain was that the law forbade the Trunchbull to hit him with the riding crop that she kept smacking against her thigh. That was some comfort, but not much, because the Trunchbull was totally unpredictable. One never knew what she was going to do next. "There you are, cook," the Trunchbull cried. "Bogotta likes your cake. He adores your cake. Do you have any more of your cake you could give him?" "I do indeed," the cook said. She seemed to have learned her lines by heart. "Then go and get it, and bring a knife to cut it with." The cook disappeared. Almost at once she was back again, staggering under the weight of an enormous round chocolate cake on a china platter. The cake was fully 18 inches in diameter, and it was covered with dark brown chocolate icing. "Put this on the table," the Trunchbull said. There was a small table center stage with a chair behind it. The cook placed the cake carefully on the table. "Sit down," the Trunchbull said. "Sit there." The boy moved cautiously to the table and sat down. He started at the gigantic cake. "There you are," the Trunchbull said, and once again her voice became soft, even gentle. "It's all for you, every bit of it. As you enjoyed that slice you had yesterday so very much. I ordered cook to bake you an extra large one, all for yourself." "Well, thank you," the boy said, totally bemused. "Thank you." "Thank the cook, not me," the Trunchbull said. "Thank you, cook," the boy said. The cook stood there like a shriveled woodlace, tight-lipped, implacable, disapproving. She looked as though her mouth was full of lemon juice. "Come on then," the Trunchbull said. "Why don't you cut yourself a nice thick slice and try it?" "What? Now?" the boy said. He knew there was a catch in this somewhere, but he wasn't sure where. "Can I take it at home instead?" he asked. "That would be impolite," the Trunchbull said with a crafty grin. "You must show your cook here how grateful you are for all the trouble she's taken." The boy didn't move. "Go on, get on with it," the Trunchbull said. "Cut a slice and taste it. We haven't got all day." The boy picked up the knife and was about to cut into the cake when he stopped. He stared at the cake, then he looked up to the Trunchbull, then at the tall stringer cook with her lemon juice mouth. All the children in the hall were watching tensely, waiting for something to happen. They felt certain it must. The Trunchbull was not a person who would give someone a whole chocolate cake to eat just out of kindness. Many were guessing that it had been filled with pepper or castor oil or some other foul-tasting substance that would make the boy violently sick. It might even be arsenic, and he would be dead in 10 seconds flat. Or perhaps it was a booby-trapped cake, and the whole thing would blow up the moment it was cut, taking Bruce with it. No one in the school put it to past Trunchbull to do any of these things. "I don't want to eat it," the boy said. Taste it, you little brat, the Trunchbull said. You are insulting the cook. Very gingerly the boy began to cut a thin slice of the first cake. Then he levered the slice out. Then he put down the knife and took the sticky thing in his fingers and started very slow to eat. It's good, isn't it? The Trunchbull asked. Very good, the boy said, chewing and swallowing. He finished the slice. Have another, the Trunchbull said. That's enough. Thank you, the boy murmured. I said, have another, the Trunchbull said. And now there was an altogether sharper edge to her voice. Eat another slice. Do as you are told. I don't want another slice, the boy said. Suddenly the Trunchbull exploded. Eat, she shouted, banging her thigh with the riding crop. If I tell you to eat, you will eat. You wanted cake. You stole cake. And now you got cake. What's more are you going to eat? You do not leave this platform, and nobody leaves this hall until you have eaten the entire cake that is sitting there in front of you. Do I make myself clear? Do you get my meaning? The boy looked at the Trunchbull. Then he looked down at the enormous cake. Eat, the Trunchbull was yelling. Very slowly the boy cut himself another slice and began to eat it. Matilda was fascinated. Do you think he can do it? She whispered to Lavender. No, Lavender whispered back. It's impossible. He'd be sick before he was halfway through. The boy kept going. When he had finished the second slice, he looked at the Trunchbull, hesitating. Second slice. Eat, she shouted. Greedy little thieves who like to eat cake must have cake. Eat faster, boy, eat faster. We don't want to be here all day, and don't stop like you are doing now. Next time you stop before it's all finished, you go straight into the jockey, and I sure lock the door and throw the key down the well. The boy cut a third slice and started to eat it. He finished this one quicker than the other two, and when that was done, he immediately picked up the knife and cut the next slice. In some spectacular way, he seemed to be getting into his stride. Matilda, watching closely, saw no signs of distress in the boy yet. If anything, he seemed to be gathering confidence as he went along. He's doing well, she whispered Lavender. He'll be sick soon, Lavender whispered back. It's going to be horrid. When Bruce had eaten his way through the half of the entire enormous cake, he paused for just a couple of seconds and took several deep breaths. The Trunchbull stood with her hands on the hips, glaring at him. Get on with it, she shouted. Eat it up. Suddenly the boy let out a giant belch, which rolled around the hall like a thunder. Many of the audience began to giggle. Silent, shouted the Trunchbull. The boy cut himself another 6 slices and started eating fast. There was still no sign of flaring or giving up. He certainly did not look as though he was able to stop and cry out. I can't eat anymore. I'm going to be sick. He was still in the running, and now a supper change was coming over the 250 watching children in the audience. Earlier on the day had sent impending disaster. They had prepared themselves for an unpleasant scene in which the wretched boy, stuffed to the gills with chocolate cake, would have to surrender and beg for mercy, and then they would have watched the triumphant Trunchbull forcing more and still more cake into the mouths of the gasping boy. Not a bit of it. Bruce was 3/4 of the way through and still going strong. One sensed that he was almost beginning to enjoy himself. He had a mountain to climb and he was jolly well going to reach the top or die in the attempt. What is more, he had now become very conscious of his audience and of how they were all silently rooting for him. This was nothing less than a battle between him and the mighty Trunchbull. Suddenly someone shouted, "Come on, Bruce, you can make it." The Trunchbull wheeled round and yelled, "Silence!" The audience watched intently. They were thoroughly caught up in the contest. They were longing to start cheering, but they didn't dare. "I think he's going to make it," Matilda whispered. "I think so too," Lavender whispered back. "I wouldn't have believed anyone in the world could eat the whole cake of that size." "The Trunchbull doesn't believe it either," Matilda whispered. "Look at her. She's turning redder and redder. She's going to kill him if he wins." The boy was slowing down now. There was no doubt about that, but he kept pushing the stuff into his mouth with the dogged perseverance of a long-distance runner who has sighted the finishing line and knows he must keep going. As the very last mouthful disappeared, a tremendous cheer rose up from the audience, and children were leaping on their chairs and yelling and clapping and shouting. "Well done, Bruce. Good for you, Bruce. You won a gold medal, Bruce." The Trunchbull stood motionless on the platform. Her great horsey face had turned the color of molten lava and her eyes were glittering with fury. She glared at Bruce, who was sitting on his chair like some huge overstuffed grub, repleat, comatose, unable to move or to speak. A fine sweat was beading his forehead, but there was a grin of triumph on his face. Suddenly, the Trunchbull lunged forward and grabbed the large empty china platter on which the cake has restarted. She raised it high in the air and brought it down with a crash right on the top of the wretched Bruce's head, and pieces flew all over the platform. The boy was by now so full of cake he was like a sack full of wet cement, and you couldn't have hurt him with a sledgehammer. He simply shook his head a few times and went on grinding. "Go to blazes," screamed the Trunchbull, and she marched off the platform, followed closely by the cook. Lavender. In the middle of the first week of Matilda's first term, Miss Honey said to the class, "I have some important news for you, so listen carefully. You too, Matilda, put that book down for a moment and pay attention." Small, eager faces looked up and listened. "It is the headmistress' custom," Miss Honey went on, "to take over the class for one period each week. She does this with every class in the school, and each class has fixed day and fixed time. Ours is always 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoons, immediately after lunch. So tomorrow at 2 o'clock, Miss Trunchbull will be taking over from me for one lesson. I shall be here as well, of course, but only as a silent witness. Is that understood?" "Yes, Miss Honey." "A word of warning to you all," Miss Honey said. "The headmistress is very strict about everything. Make sure your clothes are clean, your face are clean, and your hands are clean. Speak only when spoken to. When she asks you a question, stand up at once before you answer it. Never argue with her. Never answer back. Never try to be funny. If you do, you will make her angry. And when the headmistress gets angry, you had better watch out. You can say that again, Lavender murmured. I am quite sure, Miss Honey said, that she will be testing you and what you are meant to have learned this week, which is your 2 timetables. So strongly advise you to swat it up when you got home tonight. Get your mother or your father to hear you on it. What else will she test us on? Someone asked. Spelling, Miss Honey said. Try to remember everything you have learned these last few days. And one more thing. A judge of water and a glass must always be on the table here when the headmistress comes in. She never takes a lesson without that. Now, who will be responsible for seeing that it's there? I will, Lavender said once. Very well, Lavender, Miss Honey said. It will be your job to go to the kitchen and get the judge and fill it with water and put it on the table here with a clean empty glass just before the lesson starts. What if Judge's not in the kitchen? Lavender asked. There are a dozen headmistress, judges and glasses in the kitchen, Miss Honey said. They are used all over the school. I won't forget, Lavender said. I promise I won't. Already Lavender's shamming mind was going over the possibilities that this water judge job had opened up for her. She longed to do something truly heroic. She admired the older girl, Hortensia, to distraction for the endangering deeds she had performed in school. She also admired Matilda, who had sworn her to sacredly about the parrot job she had brought off at home, and also the great hair oils which had bleached her father's hair. It was her turn now to become a hero, if only she could come up with a brilliant plot. On the way home from school that afternoon, she began to mull over the various possibilities, and when at least the germ of brilliant idea hit her, she began to expand on it and lay her plans with the same kind of care the Duke of Wellington had done before the Battle of Waterloo. Admittedly, the enemy of one thing's occasion was Napoleon. But you would never have got anyone at Quancham Hall to admit that the headmistress was a less formidable foe than the famous Frenchman. Great skill would have to be exercised, Lavender told herself, and great secrecy obvious if she was to come out of the exploit alive. There was a muddy pond at the bottom of Lavender's garden, and it was the home of a colony of newts. The newt, also fairly common in the English ponds, it's not often seen by ordinary people, because it is shy and murky creature. It is an incredible, ugly, gruesome-looking animal, rather like a baby crocodile, but with a shorter head. It is quite harmless, but doesn't look it. It is about 6 inches long and very slimy, with a greenish-grey skin on the top and an orange-colored belly underneath. It is in fact an amphibian, which can live in or out of water. That evening, Lavender went to the bottom of the garden determined to catch a newt. They are swiftly moving animals and not easy to get hold of. She lay on the bank for a long time, waiting patiently until she spotted a whopper. Then, using her school hat as a net, she swapped and caught it. She had lined her pencil box with pen pound ready to receive the creature. But she discovered that it was not easy to get the nut out of the hat and into the pencil box. It wriggled and screamed like a quicksilver. And apart from that, the box was only just long enough to take it. When she did yet get it at least, she had to be careful not to trap its tail in the lid when she slid it closed. A boy next door called Robert had told her that if you chopped off the newest tail, the tail stayed alive and grew into another new 10 times bigger than the first one. It could be the size of an alligator. Lavender did quite believe that, but she was not prepared to risk it happening. Eventually, she managed to slide the lid of the pencil box right home, and the newt was hers. Then, 1 second thoughts, she opened the lid just the tiniest fraction so that Rita couldn't breathe. The next day, she carried her sacred weapon to school in her stash. She was tingling with excitement. She was longing to tell Matilda about her plan of battle. In fact, she wanted to tell the whole class, but she finally decided to tell nobody. It was better that way, because then no one, even when put under the most severe torture, would be able to name her as the culprit. Lunchtime came. Today it was sausages and baked beans, Lavender's favorite, but she couldn't eat it. "Are you feeling all right, Lavender?" Miss Honey asked from the head of the table. "I had such a huge breakfast," Lavender said. "I really could eat a thing." Immediately after lunch, she dashed off to the kitchen and found one of the Trunchbull's famous judges. It was a large, bulging thing made of blue glazed pottery. Lavender filled it half full of water and carried it, together with the glass, into the classroom and set it on the teacher's table. The classroom was still empty. Quick as a flash, Lavender got her pencil box from her sachtel and slid open the lid just a tiny bit. The newt was lying quite still. With great care, she held the box over the neck of the judge and pulled the lid fully open and tipped the newt in. There was a plop as it landed in the water. Then it thrashed around wildly for a few seconds before settling down. And now, to make the newt feel more at home, Lavender decided to give it all the pondweed from the pencil box as well. The deed was done, all was ready. Lavender put her pencil back into the rather damp pencil box and returned it to its correct place on her own desk. Then she went out and joined the others in the playground until it was time for the lesson to begin. The weekly test. At 2:00 sharp the class assembled, including Miss Honey, who noted that the judge of water and the glass were in the proper place. Then she took up a position standing right at the back. Everyone waited. Suddenly, in marched the giant figure of the headmistress in her belted smock and green breeches. "Good afternoon," she barked. "Good afternoon, Miss Trunchbull," they chirruped. The headmistress stood before the class, legs apart, hands on hips, glaring at the small boys and girls who sat nervously at their desk in front of her. "Not a very pretty sight," she said. Her expression was one of utter disgust, as though she were looking at something a dog had done in the middle of the floor. "What a bunch of noisy little warts you are." Everyone had the sense to stay silent. "It makes me vomit," she went on, "to think that I am going to have to put up with a lot of garbage like you in my school for the next 6 years. I can see that I'm going to have to expel as many of you as possible, as soon as possible, to save myself from going round the hand." She paused and snorted several times. It was a curious noise. You can hear the same sort of thing if you walk through a riding stable when the horses are being fed. "I suppose," she went on, "your mothers and fathers tell you you're wonderful. Well, I am here to tell you you are the opposite, and you better believe me. Stand up, everybody." They all got quickly to their feet. Now, put your hands out in front of you, and as I walk past, I want you to turn them over so I can see if they are clean on both sides. The trunchbull began a slow march along the room of desks inspanned at the hands. All went well until she came to a small boy in the second row. "What's your name?" she barked. "Nigel," the boy said. "Nigel what?" "Nigel Hicks," the boy said. "Nigel Hicks what?" the trunchbull bellowed. She bellowed so loud she nearly blew the little chap out of the window. "That's it, Nigel. Unless you want my middle name as well." He was a brave little fellow, and one could see that he was trying not to be scared by the gorgon who towered above him. "I do not want your middle names, your blister," the Georgian bellowed. "What is my name?" "Miss Trunchbull," Nigel said. "Then use it when you address me." "Now, then let's try again. What's your name?" "Nigel Hicks, Miss Trunchbull," Nigel said. "That's better," the Trunchbull said. "Your hands are filthy, Nigel. When did you last time wash them?" "Well, let me think," Nigel said. "That's rather difficult to remember exactly. It could have been yesterday, or it could have been the day before." The Trunchbull's whole body and face seemed to swell up as thought she were being inflated by a bicycle pump. "I knew it," she bellowed. "I knew as soon as I saw you that you were nothing but a piece of filth. What is your father's job? A sewage worker?" "He's a doctor," Nigel said, "and a jolly good one. He says we're all so covered with bugs anyway that a bit of extra dirt never hurts anyone." "I'm glad he's not my doctor," the Trunchbull said. "And why, might I ask, is there the baked bean on the front of your shirt?" "We had them for lunch, Miss Trunchbull." "And do you usually put your lunch on the front of your shirt, Nigel? Is that what this famous doctor father of yours has taught you too?" "Baked beans are hard to eat, Miss Trunchbull. They keep falling off my fork." "You are disgusting," the Trunchbull bellowed. "You are a walking germ factory. I don't wish to see any more of you today. Go and stand in the corner, and one leg with your face to the wall." "But Miss Trunchbull—" "Don't argue with me, boy, or I will make you stand on your head. Now do as you're told." Nigel went. "Now, stay where you are, boy, while I test you on your spelling to see if you learned anything at all in this past. And don't turn around when you talk to me. Keep your nasty little face to the wall. Now then, spell right." "Which one?" Nigel asked. "The thing you do with a pen, or the one that means the opposite of wrong?" He happened to be an unusual bright child, and his mother had worked hard with him at home on spelling and reading. "The one with the pen, you little fool." Nigel spelled it correct, which surprised the Trunchbull. She thought she had given him a very tricky word, on that he wouldn't yet have learned, and she was peeved that he had succeeded. Then Nigel said, still balancing on a leg and facing the wall, "Miss Honey taught us how to spell a new, very long word yesterday." "And what's the word?" the Trunchbull asked softly. The softer her voice became, the greater the danger, but Nigel wasn't to know this. "Difficulty," Nigel said. "Everyone in the class can spell difficulty now." "What nonsense," the Trunchbull said. "You are not supposed to learn long words like that until you are at least 8 or 9. And don't try to tell me everybody in the class can spell the word. You are lying to me, Nigel." "Test someone," Nigel said, taking an awful chance. "Test anyone you like." The Trunchbull's dangerous glittering eyes removed around the class. You, she said, pointing at a tiny and rather daft little girl called Prudence, spelled difficult. Amazingly, Prudence spelled it correctly and without a moment to hesitate. The Trunchbull was properly taken aback. She snored. And I suppose Miss Honey wasted the whole of one lesson teaching you to spell that one single word. Oh no, she didn't, pipped Nibble. Miss Honey taught it us in 3 minutes, so we never forget it. She teaches us a lot of words in 3 minutes. And what exactly is this magic word, Miss Honey? Asked the headmistress. I show you, pipped up the brave Nigel again, coming to Miss Honey's rescue. Can I put my other foot down and turn around, please, while I show you? You may do neither, snapped the Trunchbull. Stay as you are and show me just the same. All right, said Nigel, wobbling crazily on his leg. Miss Honey give us a little song about each word and we all sing it together and we learn to spell it into time. Would you like to hear the song about difficulty? I should be fascinated, the Trunchbull said, in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Here it is, Nigel said. Mrs. D, Mrs. I, Mrs. Fee, Mrs. C, Mrs. U, Mrs. LTE. That spells difficulty. How perfectly ridiculous, snorted the Trunchbull. Who are all these women married? And anyway, you're not mean to teach poetry when you're teaching spelling. Cut it out in the future, Miss Honey. But it does teach them some of the hardest words wonderful well, Miss Honey mourned. Don't argue with me, Miss Honey, the headmistress thundered. Just do as you're told. I shall now test the class on the multiplication tables to see if Miss Honey has taught you anything at all in the direction. The Trunchbull had returned to her place in front of the class, and her diabolical gaze was moving slowly along the rows of tiny pupils. You, she barked, pointed at a small called Rupert in the front row. What is 2 sevens? 16, Rupert answered with a foolish abandon. The Trunchbull started advancing slow and soft-footed upon Rupert in the manner of Tigris stalking a smart deer. Rupert suddenly became aware of the danger signals and quickly tried again. It's 18, he cried. 2 sevens are 18, not 16. You ignorant little slug, the Trunchbull bellowed. You wightless wheat, you empty-headed hamster, you stupid glob of glue. She had now stationed herself directly behind Rupert, and suddenly she extended a hand the size of a tennis racket and grabbed all the hair and Rupert's head in her fist. Rupert had a lot of golden-colored hair. His mother thought it was beautiful to behold and took a delight allowing it to grow extra long. The Trunchbull had as a great dislike for long hair and boys as she had for plaits and pigtails on girls, and she was about to show it. She took a firm grip of Rupert's long golden tresses with her giant hand then. By raising her muscular right arm, she lifted the helpless boy clean out his chair and held him a lot. Rupert yelled. He twisted and squirmed and kicked the air and went on yelling like a stuck pig, and Miss Trunchbull bellowed, 2 sevens are 14. 2 sevens are 14. I am not letting you tell you say it. From the back of the class, Miss Honey cried out, Miss Trunchbull, please let him down. You are hurting him. All his hair might come out. And well, it might have if he doesn't stop wriggling, snored the Trunchbull. Keep still, you're screwing worm. It really was a quite extraordinary sight to see this giant headmistress dangling the small boy high in the air, and the boy spinning and twisting like something on the end of string and shrieking his head off. "Say it," bellowed the Trunchbull. "Say 2 sevens are 14. Hurry up, or I start jerking you up and down, and then your hair really will come out and we'll have enough of it stuff at the sofa. Get on with it, boy. Say 2 sevens are 14, and I let you go." 2 sevens are 14, gasped Rupert. Whereupon the Trunchbull, true to her word, opened her hand and quite literally let him go. He was a long way off the ground when she released him, and he plumped to earth and hit the floor and bounced like a football. "Get up and stop whimpering," the Trunchbull barked. Rupert got up and went back to his desk, massaging his scalp with the pawn's hands. The Trunchbull returned to the front of the class. The children sat there hypnotized. None of them had seen anything quite like this before. It was splendid entertainment. It was better than a pantomime, but with one big difference. In this room there was an enormous human bomb in front of them, which was liable to explode and blow someone to bits any moment. The children's eyes were relieved, and the mistress— "I don't like small people," she was saying. "Small people should never be seen by anybody. They should be kept out of sight in boxes like hairpins and buttons. I cannot for the life of me see why children have to take so long to grow up. I think they do it on purpose." Another extremely brave little boy in the front row spoke up and said, "But surely you were a small person once, Miss Trunchbull, weren't you?" "I never was a small person," she snapped. "I've been large all my life, and I don't see why others can be the same way." "But you must have started out as a baby," the boy said. "Me? A baby?" shouted the Trunchbull. "How dare you suggest such a thing? What cheek! What infernal insolence! What's your name, boy? And stand up when you speak to me." The boy stood up. "My name is Eric Ink, Miss Trunchbull," he said. "Eric what?" the Trunchbull shouted. "Ink," the boy said. "Don't be an ass, boy. There's no such name." "Look in the phone book," Eric said. "You see my father there under Ink." "Very well then," Trunchbull said. "You may be Ink, young man, but let me tell you something. You're not indelible. I will very soon rub you out of your— Try getting clever with me. Spell." "I don't understand," Eric said. "What do you want me to spell?" "Spell what, you idiot. Spell the word what." "What?" Eric said, answering too quickly. There was a nasty silence. "I gave you one more chance," the Trunchbull said, not moving. "Ah, yes, I know," said he. "It gets an H, an V, H, O, T. It's easy." In 2 large strides, the Trunchbull was behind Eric's desk, and there she stood, a pillar of doom towering over the helpless boy. Eric glanced fearfully back over his shoulder at the monster. "I was right, wasn't I?" he moaned nervously. "You were wrong," the Trunchbull barked. "In fact, you strike me as a sort of poisonous little bookmark that will always be wrong. You sit wrong, you look wrong, you speak wrong, you are wrong all around. I will give you one more chance to be right." "Spell what?" Eric hesitated. Then he said very slow, "It's not V-O-T, and it's not V-O-H-T. I know, it must be V-H-O-T-T. Standing behind Eric, the Trunchbull reached out and took hold of the boy's 2 ears, one with each hand, pinching them between forefinger and thumb. "Oh, Eric," cried. "Oh, you're hurting me." "I haven't started yet," the Trunchbull said briskly, and now taking a firm grip on his 2 ears. She lifted him bodily out of his seat and held him aloft. Like Rupert before, Eric squirreled the house down. From the back of the class, Miss Honey cried out, "Miss Trunchbull, don't, please let him go. His ear might come off." "They never come off," the Trunchbull shouted back. "I have discovered through long experience, Miss Honey, that the ears of a small boys are stuck very firmly to their heads." "Let him go, Miss Trunchbull, please," begged Miss Honey. "You could damage him, you really could. You could wrench them right off." "Ears never come off," the Trunchbull shouted. "They stretch most marvelously, like these are doing now. But I can assure you, they never come off." Eric was squirreling louder than ever and pedaling the air with his legs. Matilda had never before seen a boy, or anything else for that matter, held aloft by his ears alone. Like Miss Honey, she felt sure both ears were going to come off at any moment with all the weight that was on hold them. The Trunchbull was shouting. "The word what is spelled VWHAT. Now spell it, you little wart." Eric didn't hesitate. He had learned from watching Rupert a few minutes before that the quicker he answered, the quicker ye were released. So he spelled the word correct. Still holding him by the ears, the Trunchbull lowered him back into his chair behind his desk. Then she marched back to the front of the class, dusting off her hands on against the others like someone who has been handling something rather grimy. "That's the way to make them learn, Miss Honey," she said. "You take it from me. It's not good just telling them. You're good to hammer it into them. There's nothing like a little twisting and twiddling to encourage them to remember things. It concentrates their minds wonderful." "You could do them permanent damage, Miss Trunchbull," Miss Honey cried out. "Oh, I have. I'm quite sure I have," the Trunchbull answered, grinning. "Eric's ears will have stretched quite considerable in the last couple of minutes. They'll be much longer now than they were before. There's nothing wrong with that, Miss Honey. I'll give him an interesting pixie look at the rest of his life." "But Miss Trunchbull—" "Oh, shut up, Miss Honey. You're as wet as any of them. If you can't copy then you can go and find a job some cotton wool private school for rich brats." When you have been teaching for as long as I have, you realize that it's no good at all being kind to children. Read Nicholas Nickleby, Miss Honey, by Mr. Dickens. Read about Mr. Wickwards Gurius, the Admiral Headmaster. He know how admirable headmasters. He know how to handle the little brutes, didn't he? He know how to use the birch, didn't he? He kept their backsides so warm. You could have fried eggs and bacon on them. A fine book, that. But I don't suppose this bunch of mummers we've got here will ever read it, because they look of them they are never going to learn to write anything." "I've read it," Matilda said quietly. The Trunchbull flicked her head around and looked carefully at the small girl with dark hair and deep brown eyes sitting in the second row. "What did you say?" they asked sharply. "I said I read it, Miss Trunchbull." "Read what?" "Nicholas Nickleby, Miss Trunchbull." "You are lying to me, madam," the Trunchbull shouted, glaring at Matilda. "I doubt there's a single child in the entire school who has read the book, and here you are, an unaged shrimp sitting in the lowest form there is, trying to tell me a whooping great lie like that. Why do you do it? You must take me for a fool. Do you take me for a fool, child?" Well, Matilda said then she hesitated. She would like to have said, yes, I jolly well do. But that would have been suicide. Well, she said again, still hesitating, refusing to say no. The Trunchbull sensed what the child was thinking, and she didn't like it. Say it up when you speak to me, she snapped. What's your name? Matilda stood up and said, My name is Matilda Wormwood, Miss Trunchbull. Wormwood it is. The Trunchbull said, In the case, you must be the daughter of the man who owns Wormwood Motors. Yes, Miss Trunchbull. He's a crook, the Trunchbull shouted. A week ago he sold me a second-hand car that he said was almost new. I thought he was a splendid fellow then, but this morning, while I was driving that car through the village, the entire engine fell out and the road. The whole thing was filled with sawdust. The man's thief and a robber. I have his skin for sausage. You see if I don't. He's clever at this business, Matilda said. Clever, my foot, the Trunchbull shouted. Miss Honey tells me that you are the man to be clever, too. Well, madam, I don't like clever people. They are all crooked. You are most certainly crooked. Before I fell out with your father, he told me some very nasty stories about the way you behaved at him. But you do better not try anything in the school, young lady. I shall be keeping a very careful eye on you from now on. Sit down and keep quiet. The first miracle. Matilda sat down again at her desk. The Trunchbull seated herself behind the teacher's table. It was the first time she had sat down during the lesson. Then she reached out a hand and took hold of a water judge. Still holding the judge by the handle, but not lifted it yet, she said, I have never been able to understand why small children are so disgusting. They are the bane of my life. They are like insects. They should be got rid of as early as possible. We get rid of flies with fly spray and by hanging up fly paper. I have often thought of inventing a spray for getting rid of small children. How splendid it would be to walk into the classroom with a giant spray gun in my hands and start pumping it. Or better still, some huge stripes of sticky paper. I would hang them all around the school and you all get stuck to them, and that would be the end of it. Wouldn't that be a good idea, Miss Honey? If it means to be a joke, Headmiss, I don't think it's very funny, Miss Honey said from the back of the class. You wouldn't, would you, Miss Honey? The Trunchbull said. And it's not meant to be a joke. My idea of perfect school, Miss Honey, is one that has no children in it at all. One of these days I shall start up with a school like that. I think it will be a very successful one. The woman's mad, Miss Honey was telling herself. She's round the twist. She's on who ought to be get rid of. The Trunchbull now lifted the large blue porcelain water judge and poured some water into her glass. And suddenly, with the water out come to a long slimy newt straight into the glass. Plop! The Trunchbull let out yell and leaped off her chair as sort of a firecracker and had gone off underneath her. And now the children, saw the long thin slime yellow blessed lizard-like creature twisting and turned in the glass and screamed and jumped about as well shouting. What is this? Oh, it's disgusting. It's a snake. It's a baby crocodile. It's an alligator. Look out, Miss Trunchbull, cried Lavender. It will bite. The trunchbull, this mighty female giant, stood there in her green breeches, quivering like a blank manage. She was especially furious that someone had succeeded in making her jump and yell like this, because she prided herself on her thoughtness. She stared at the creature twisting and wriggling in the glass. Curiously enough, she had never seen a nude before. Natural history was not her strong point. She hadn't the faintest idea what this was thing. It certainly looked extremely unpleasant. Slowly, she sat down again in her chair. She looked at this moment more terrifying than ever before. The fires of fury and hatred were smoldering in her small black eyes. "Matilda," she barked, "stand up." "Who, me?" Matilda said. "What have I done?" "Stand up, you disgusting little crookage." "I haven't done anything, Miss Trunchbull. Honestly, I haven't. I never seen the slime thing before." "Stand up at once, you filthy little maggot." Matilda got on her feet. She was in the second row. Lavender was in the row behind her. "You have put a crocodile in my drink water," the Trunchbull yelled back. "There is no worse crime in the world against the headmistress. Now sit down and don't say a word. Go on, sit down at once." "But I'm telling you," Matilda shouted, refusing to sit down. "I'm telling you to shut up," the Trunchbull roared. "If you don't shut up at once and sit down, I shall remove my belt and let you have it with the end of that as the buckle." Slowly Matilda sat down. Oh, the rottenness of it all. The unfairness. How dare they expel her for something she had done? I'm sorry, it's 5 in the morning here. So I get lonely more awake. Matilda felt herself getting angrier and angrier and angrier. So unbearable angry that something was bound to explode inside her very soon. The newt was still swimming in the tall glass of water. It looked horrible, uncomfortable. The glass was not big enough for it. Matilda glared at the Trunchbull. How she hated her. She glared at the glass with the newt in. She longed to march up and grab the glass and tip the contents newt all over the Trunchbull's head. She trembled to think what the Trunchbull would do to her if she did that. The Trunchbull was sitting behind the teacher's table, staring with a mixture of horror and fascination at the nude wrinkle in the glass. Matilda's eyes were also riveted on the glass, and now, quite slowly, there began to creep over Matilda a most extraordinary and particular feeling. The feeling was mostly in the eyes. A kind of electricity seemed to be gathering inside them. A sense of power was brewing in those eyes of hers. A feeling of great strength was settling itself deep inside her eyes. But there was also another feeling which was something else altogether, and which she could not understand. It was like flashes and lightning. Little waves of lightning seemed to be flashing out of her eyes. Her eyeballs were beginning to get hot, as thought was energy was building up somewhere inside them. It was an amazing sensation. She kept her eyes steadily on the glass, and now the power was concentrated itself in a small part of each eye and growing stronger and stronger, and it felt as though millions of tiny little invisible arms with hands on them were shooting out of her eyes towards the glass she was staring at. "Tip it," Matilda whispered. "Tip it over." She saw the glass wobble. It actually tiddled backwards a fraction of an inch, then reacted itself again. She kept pushing it with all those 2 million invisible little arms and hands that were reaching out from her eyes, feeling the power that was flashing straight from the 2 little black dots in the very center of her eyeballs. "Tip it," she whispered again. "Tip it over." Once more the glass wobbled. She pushed harder still, willing her eyes to shoot out all more power. And then, very, very slowly, she could hardly see it happening, the glass began to lean backwards, farther and farther backwards until it's balancing on just one edge of the base. And there it erected for a few seconds before it finally toppling on, falling with a sharp tingle on the desktop. The water in it and the scrimmed nude splashed out all over Miss Trunchbull's enormous bosom. The headmistress let out a yell that must have rattled every window pane in the building, and for the second time in the last 5 minutes she shot out of her chair like a rocket. The nude clutched desperately at the cotton smoke where it covered the great chest, and there it slung with a little claw-like feet. The Trunchbull looked down and saw it on the shawl below it even louder, and with a swipe of her hands she sent the creature flying across the room. It landed on the floor beside Lavender's desk, and very quickly she ducked down and picked it up and put it into her pencil box for another time. And Newt, she decided, was a useful thing to have around. The Trunchbull, her face more like a boiled ham than ever, was standing before the class quivering with fury. Her massive bosom was heaving in and out, and the splash of water down the front of it made a dark, wet patch that had properly soaked right through her skin. "Who did it?" she roared. "Come on! Own up, step forward, you won't escape this time. Who is responsible for this dirty job? Who pushed over the glass?" Nobody answered. The whole room remained silent as to form. "Matilda," she roared, "it was you. I know it was you." Matilda, in a second roar, sat very still and said nothing. A strange feeling of certainty and confidence was sweeping over her, and all of a sudden she found that she was frightened by nobody in the world. With the power of her eyes alone, she had accomplished a glass of water to tip and spill its contents over the horrible headmistress. And nobody who could do that could do anything. "Speak up, you clotted carbuncle," roared the Trunchbull. "Admit that you did it." Matilda looked right back into the flashing eyes of this infrared female giant and said with the total calmness, "I have not moved away from the desk, Miss Trunchbull, since the lesson began. I can say no more." Suddenly, the entire class seemed to rise up against the headmistress. She didn't move. They cried out, "Matilda didn't move. Nobody moved. You must have knocked it over yourself." "It most certainly did not knock it over myself," roared the Trunchbull. "How dare you suggest a thing like that? Speak up, Miss Honey. You must have seen everything who knocked over my glass." "None of the children did, Miss Trunchbull," Miss Honey answered. "I can vouch for that nobody has moved from his or her desk all the time you've been here, except for Nigel, and he has not moved from his corner." Miss Trunchbull glared at Miss Honey. Miss Honey met her gaze without flinching. "I am telling you the truth, headmistress," she said. "You must have knocked over without knowing it. That sort of thing is easy to do." "I am fed up with your useless bunch of midgets," roared the Trunchbull. "I refuse to waste any more of my precious time in here." And with that she marched out of the classroom, slamming the door behind her. In the stunned silence that followed, Miss Honey walked up to the front of the class and stood behind her table. "Phew," she said. "I think we had enough school for one day, don't you? The class is dismissed. You may all go out into the playground and wait for your parents to come and take you home." The second miracle. Matilda did not join the rush to get out of the classroom. After the children had all disappeared, she remained at her desk, quiet and thoughtful. She knew she had to tell somebody about what had happened with the class. She couldn't possibly keep a giant secret like that bottled up inside her. What she needed was just one person, one wise and sympathetic grown-up who could help her to understand the meaning of this extraordinary happening. Neither her mother nor her father would let be of any use at all. If they believed her story and it was doubtful, they almost certainly would fail to realize what an astounding event it was that had taken place in the classroom this afternoon. On the spur of the moment, Matilda dedicated the one person she would like to confide in was Miss Honey. Matilda and Miss Honey were the only two left in the classroom. Miss Honey had seated herself at her table and was riffling through some papers. She looked up and said, "Well, Matilda, aren't you going outside with the others?" Matilda said, "Please, may I talk to you for a moment?" "Of course you may. What's troubling you?" "Something very peculiar has happened to me, Miss Honey." Miss Honey came instant alert. Ever since the two distraught meetings she had recently about Matilda, the first with the headmistress and the second with the dreadful Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood, Miss Honey had been thinking a great deal about this child and wondering how she could help her. And now, here was Matilda sitting in the classroom with a curiously exact look on her face and asking if she could have a private talk. Miss Honey had never seen her looking so wide-eyed, open, peculiar before. "Yes, Matilda," she said. "Tell me what's happened to you, that it's so peculiar." "Miss Trunchbull isn't going to expel me, is she?" Matilda asked. "Because it wasn't me who put the creature in the huge water. I promise you, it wasn't." "I know it wasn't," Miss Honey said. "I'm going to be expelled?" "I think not," Miss Honey said. "The headmistress simply got a little overexcited, that's all." "Okay, good," Matilda said. "But it is what I want to talk to you about." "What do you want to talk to me about, Matilda?" "I want to talk to you about the glass of water with the creature in it," Matilda said. "You saw it spilling all over Miss Trunchbull, didn't you?" "I did indeed." "Well, Miss Honey, I didn't touch it. I never did." "I know you didn't," Miss Honey said. "You heard me telling the headmistress that I couldn't possibly have been you." But it was me, Miss Honey," Matilda said. "That's exactly what I want to talk with you about." Miss Honey paused and looked carefully at the child. "I don't think I quite follow you," she said. "I got so angry at being accused of something I hadn't done that I made it happen." "You made what happen, Matilda?" "I made the glass tip over." "I still don't quite understand what you mean," Miss Honey said gently. "I did it with my eyes. I was staring at it and wishing to tip on them eyes and went all hot and funny and some sort of power came out of them and the glasses just toppled over." Miss Honey continued to look steadily at Matilda through her steel-rimmed spectacles, and Matilda looked back at her just as steadily. "I'm still not following you," Miss Honey said. "Do you mean you actually willed the glass to tip over?" "Yes," Matilda said, "with my eyes." Miss Honey was silent for a moment. She did not think that Matilda was meaning to tell a lie. It was more likely that she was simply allowing her vivid imagination to run away with her. "You mean you were sitting where you are now, and you told the glass to top over and it did?" "Something like this, Miss Honey, yes." "If you did that, then it is just about the greatest miracle a person have ever performed since the time of Jesus." "I did it, Miss Honey. It is extraordinary," thought Miss Honey often. Small children have lights or fancy like this. She decided to put an end to it as gently as possible. Could you do it again? She asked, not unconditionally. I don't know, Matilda said, but I think I might be able to. Miss Honey moved the now empty glass to the middle of the table. Should I put water in it? She asked, smiling a little. I don't think it matters, Matilda said. Very, very well then. Go ahead and tip it over. It may take some time. Take all the time you want, Miss Honey said. I'm not in a hurry. Matilda sitting in the second row about 10 feet away from Miss Honey, but her elbows on the desk and cupped her face in her hands, and this time she gave the order right at the beginning. Tip, glass, tip. She ordered it, but her lips didn't move and she made no sound. She simply shouted the words inside her head. And now she concentrated the whole of her mind and her brain and her will up into her eyes, and once again, but much more quietly than before, she felt the electric gathering, and the power was beginning to surge, and the hotness was coming into the eyeballs, and the millions of tiny invisible arms with hands on them were shooting out towards the glass, and without making any sound at all, she kept on shouting inside her head for the glass to go over. She saw it wobble, then it tiddled, then it toppled right over and fell with a tinkle on the tabletop, not 12 inches from Honey's folded arms. Miss Honey's mouth dropped open and her eyes stretched so wide you could see the withers all around. She didn't say a word. She couldn't. The shock of seeing the miracle performed had struck her dumb. She grazed at the glass, leaning well away from it, and now as thought it might be a dangerous thing. Then slowly she lifted her head and looked at Matilda. She saw the child with her face and with his paper trembling all over. The eyes glazed, staring straight ahead and seeing nothing. The whole face was transfigured, the eyes round and bright, and she was sitting there speechless, quite beautiful, in a blaze of silence. Miss Honey waited, trembling a little herself, and watched the child as slowly stirred herself back into consciousness. And then, suddenly, click went her face into a look of almost servile calm. I am all right, she said and smiled. I'm quite all right, Miss Honey. So don't be alarmed. You seemed so far away, Miss Honey whispered, awestruck. Oh, I was flying past the stairs on silver wings, Matilda said. It was wonderful. Miss Honey was still gazing at the child in absolute wonderment, as thought she were the curtain, the beginning of the world, the first morning. I went much quicker this time, Matilda said quietly. It's not possible, Miss Honey was gasping. I don't believe it. I simply don't believe it. She closed her eyes and kept them closed for quite a while, and when she opened them again, it seemed as thought she had gathered herself together. Would you like to come back and have a tea at my cottage? She asked. Oh, I would love to, Matilda said. Good. Gather up your things and I meet you outside in a couple of minutes. You won't tell anybody about this. This thing that I did, will you, Miss Honey? I wouldn't dream of this, Miss Honey said. Miss Honey's cottage. Miss Honey joined Matilda outside the school gates, and the two of them walked in silence through the village high street. They passed the greengrocer with his window full of apples and oranges, and the butcher with bloodied lumps of meat and on display and naked chickens hang up, and the smell bank on the grocery store and the electrical shop, and then they came out of the other side of the village on the narrow country road where there were no people anymore and very few motor cars. I have the heater on. I put it off. It is very loud. I hear it here. I'm back in a sec. I couldn't do that earlier, but I forgot. It is very cold, even when it's right now March already, and I don't like cold anymore. I'm finished with winter, I have to say, and my body is finished with winter too, because I feel that it is so hard for my body to get warm and warm over and over again. But yeah. I put the heaters off and now it's a little bit more silent because I heard the heater in the background putting the gas to the pipes. And now that we are alone, Matilda all of a sudden became wildly animated. It seemed as though a valve had paused inside her and a great gush of energy was being released. She trotted beside Miss Honey with wild little hops, and her fingers flew as if she would scatter them to the four windows, and her words went off like fireworks with terrific speed. It was Miss Honey this, on Miss Honey that, and Miss Honey I do honestly feel I could move almost anything in the world, not just tipping over glass and little things like that. I feel I could topple tables and chairs. Miss Honey, even when people are sitting in the chairs, I think I could push them over, and bigger things too, much better things than chairs and tables. I only have to take a moment to get my eye strong, and then I can push it out the strongest and anything at all. So long as I'm staring at it hard enough. I have to stare at it very hard, Miss Honey, very, very hard, and then I can feel it all happening behind my eyes, and my eyes get hot just as though they were burning, but I don't mind that in the last. And Miss Honey, calm yourself down, child, calm yourself down, Miss Honey said. Let us not get ourselves to work up so early in the proceedings. But you do think it is interesting, don't you, Miss Honey? Oh, it's interesting, all right, Miss Honey said. It is more than interesting, but we must treat very carefully from now on, Matilda. Why must we treat carefully, Miss Honey? Because we are playing with mysterious forces, my child, that we know nothing about. I do not think they are evil. They may be good. They may even be divine, but whether they are not, let us handle them carefully. These were wise words from a wise old bird, but Matilda was too steamed up to see it. I don't see why we have to be so careful, she said, still hopping. I am trying to explain to you, Miss Honey said patiently, that we are dealing with the unknown. It is an unexemplified thing. The right word for it is a phenomenon. It is a phenomenon. Am I a phenomenon? Matilda asked. It's quite possible that you are, Miss Honey said, but I rather you didn't think about yourself as anything in particular at the moment. What I thought we might do is to explore this phenomenon a little further, just the two of us together, but making sure we take things very carefully all the time. You want me to do some more of them, this Miss Honey? That is what I am tempted to suggest, Miss Honey said coarsely. Good, Matilda said. I myself, Miss Honey said, I'm probably far more bowled over by what you did than you are, and I'm trying to find some responsible explanation. Such as what? Matilda asked. Such as whether or not it's got something to do with the fact that you are quite exceptionally prodigious. What exactly does the word mean? Matilda said. A precious child, Miss Honey said, is one that shows amazing intelligence early on. You are an unbelievable precocious child. Am I really? Matilda asked. Of course you are. You must be aware of that. Look at your reading, look at your mathematics. I suppose you're right, Matilda said. Miss Honey marveled at this child's lack of conceit and self-confidence. I can't help wondering, she said, whether this sudden ability that has come to you of being able to move an object without touching it, whether it might not have something to do with your brain power. You mean there might not be room in my head for all this brains, so something has to push out? That's not quite what I mean, Miss Honey said, smiling. But whatever happens, and I say it again, we must treat carefully from now on. I have not forgotten that strange and distinct glamour in your face after you tripped over the glass. Do you think doing it could actually hurt me? Is that what you think, Miss Honey? It made you feel pretty pretulous, didn't it? It made me feel lovely, Matilda said. For a moment or two, I was flying past the stars on silver wings. I told you that. And shall I tell you something else, Miss Honey? It was easier the second time, much more easier. I think it's like anything else. The more you practice, the easier it gets. Miss Honey was walking slowly so that the small child could keep up with her word without trotting too fast. And it was very peaceful out there, and the narrow road, now the village was behind them. It was one of those golden autumn afternoons, and there were blackberries and splashes of old man's beard in the hedges, and the hawthorn berries were ripening scarlet for the birds when the cold winter came along. There were tall trees here and there on either side, oak, sycamore, and ash, and also a sweet chestnut. Miss Honey, wishing to change the subject for the moment, gave the names of all these to Matilda and taught her how to recognize them by the shape of their leaves and the pattern of the bark on their trunks. Matilda took all this and stored its knowledge away carefully in her mind. They came finally to a gap in the hedge, one of the left-hand side of the road, where there was a 5-barred gate. This way, Miss Honey said, and she opened the gate and let Matilda through and closed it again. They were now walking along a narrow lane that was no more than the rutted-tarred track. There was a high hedge of hazel on either side, and you could see clusters of ripe brown nuts in the green jackets. The squirrels would be collecting them all very soon, Miss Honey said, and storing them away carefully for the black months ahead. You mean you live down here? Matilda asked. I do, Miss Honey replied, but she said no more. Matilda had never once stopped thinking about where Miss Honey might be living. She had always regarded her properly as a teacher, a person who turned up out of nowhere and taught at school and then went away again. Do any of us children, she wondered, ever stop to ask ourselves where our teachers go when it's over for their school day? Do we wonder if they live alone, or if there is a mother at home, or a sister or a husband? Do you live all by yourself, Miss Honey? She asked. Yes, Miss Honey said, very much so. They were walking over the deep sun-baked mud tracks of the lane, and you had to watch where you put your feet if you didn't want to twist your ankle. There were a few small birds around in the hazel branches, but that was all. It's just a farm labourer's cottage, Miss Honey said. You must expect too much for it. We're nearly there. There came to a small green gate, half buried in the hedge, on the right and almost hidden by the overhanging hazel branches. Miss Honey paused with one hand on the gate and said, There it is. That's where I live. Matilda saw a narrow path leading to a tiny red brick cottage. The cottage was so small it looked more like a doll's house than a human dwelling. The bricks it was built of were old and crumbled and very pale red. It had a grey slate roof and on a small chimney, and there were two little windows at the front. Each window was no longer than a sheet of tabled newspaper, and there was clearly no upstairs to the place. On either side of the path, where there was a wilderness of nettles and blackberry thorns and long brown grass. An enormous oak tree stood overshading to the cottage. Its massive spreading branches seemed to be enfolding and embracing the tiny building, and perhaps hiding it is from the rest of the world. Miss Honey, with one hand on the gate, which she had not yet opened, turned to Matilda and said, "A poet called Dylan Thomas once wrote some lines that I think every time I walk up this path." Matilda waited, and Miss Honey, in a rather wonderful slow voice, began reciting the poem. "Never and never, my girl, riding far and near, in the land of the hearthstone tales, and spelled asleep. Fear of belief that the wolf in the sheep-white hood, looping and bleeding roughly and blithely shall leap, my dear, out of the lair in the flocked leaves in the dew depeer, to eat your heart in the house in the rosy wood." There was a moment's silence, and Matilda, who had never before heard great romantic poetry spoken aloud, was profoundly moved. "It's like music," she whispered. "It is music," Miss Honey said, and then, as thought embraced at having revealed such a secret part of herself, she quickly pushed open the gate and walked up the path. Matilda hung back. She was a bit frightened of this place now. It seemed so unreal and remote and fantastic and so totally away from this earth. It was like an illustration in Grimm or Hans Andersen. It was a house where the poor woodcutter lived from Hansel and Gretel, and where the Red Riding Hood's grandmother lived, and it was also the house of the 7 dwarfs and the 3 bears and all the rest of them. I read that too. You can find it in my playlist here on YouTube. It was straight off a fairy tale. "Come along, my dear," Miss Honey called back, and Matilda followed her up the path. The front door was covered with flaky green paint, and there was no keyhole. Miss Honey simply lifted the latch and pushed open the door and went in. Also, she was not a tall woman. She had to stop low to get through the doorway. Matilda went after her and found herself in what seemed to be a dark, narrow tunnel. "You can come through the kitchen and help me make the tea," Miss Honey said, and she led the way along the tunnel into the kitchen. That is, if I could call it kitchen. It was not much bigger than a good-sized closet cupboard, and there was one small window in the back with a sink under the window, but there were no taps over the sink. Against another wall there was a shelf, presentable for preparing food, and there was a single cupboard above the shelf. On the shelf itself there stood a primer stove, a saucepan and a half-full bottle of milk. A primus is a little camping stove that you fill with paraffin and you light it at the top and then you pump it to get pressure for the flame. "You can get some water while I light the primus," Miss Honey said. "The well is out of the back. Take the bucket. Here it is. You find a rope in the well. Just hook the bucket on the end of the rope and lower it down. But don't fall in yourself." Matilda, more bemused than ever now, took the bucket and carried it out into the back garden. The well hid a little wooden roof over it and simple widening device, and there the rope dangling down into a dark bottomless hole. Matilda pulled up the rope and hooked the handle of the bucket on the end. Then she lowered it until she heard a splash and the rope went slack. She pulled it up again and Lo and behold, there was the water in the bucket. Is it enough? She asked, crying, carrying it in. Just about, Miss Honey said. I don't suppose you ever done that before. Never, Matilda said. It's fun. How do you get enough water for your bath? I don't take a bath, Miss Honey said. I wash standing up. I get a bucket full of water and I heat it in this little stove, and I strip and wash myself all over. Do you honestly do that? Matilda asked. Of course I do, Miss Honey said. Every poor person in England used to wash that way until not so very long ago. And they didn't have primers. They had to heat the water over the fire and the hearth. Are you poor, Miss Honey? Yes, Miss Honey said. Very. It's a good little stove, isn't it? The primers was roaring away with a powerful blue flame, and already the water in the saucepan was beginning to bubble. Miss Honey got a teapot from the cupboard and put some tea leaves into it. She also found a half small loaf of bread. She cut 2 thin slices, and then from a plastic container she took some margarine and spread it on the bread. Margarine, Matilda thought. She really must be poor. Miss Honey found a tray, and on it she put 2 mugs, the teapot, the half bottle of milk, and a plate with the 2 slices of bread. I'm afraid I don't have any sugar, she said. I never use it. That's all right, Matilda said. In her wisdom, she seemed to be aware of the delicious of the situation, and she was taking great care not to say anything to embrace her companion. Let's have it in sitting room, Miss Honey said, picking up the tray and leading it away out of the kitchen and down the dark little tunnel into the room at the front. Matilda followed her, but just inside the doorway of the so-called sitting room, she stopped and stared around in her absolutely amazement. The room was as small and square and bare as a prison cell. The pale daylight that entered came from a single tiny window in the front wall, but there were no curtains. The only objects in the entire room were 2 upturned wooden boxes to serve chairs and 3rd box between them for a table. That was all. There were no pictures on the walls, no carpet on the floor, only rough, unpolished wooden planks, and there were gaps between the planks where dust and bits of grime had gathered. The ceiling was so low that with a jump Matilda could nearly touch it with her fingertips. The walls were white, but the whiteness didn't look like paint. Matilda rubbed her palm against it, and a white powder came off on the skin. It was whitewash, the cheap stuff that is used in cow dash and stables and hen houses. Matilda was appealed. With this really where her near and trimly dressed school teacher lived? Was this all she had to come back after the workday? It was unbelievable. And what was the reason for it? There was something very strange going on around here, surely. Miss Honey put the tray on of the upper tin box. Sit down, my dear, she said, and have a nice hot cup of tea. Help yourself to bread. Both slices are for you. I never eat anything when I get home. I have a good old tuck-in at the school lunch, and it keeps me going until the next morning. Matilda perched herself carefully on an upturned box, and more out of politeness than anything else, she took a slice of bread and margarine and started to eat it. At home, she would have been having buttered toast and strawberry jam and probably a piece of sponge cake to round it off, and yet this was somehow far more fun. There was a mystery here in the house, a great mystery. There was no doubt about that, and Matilda was longing to find out what it was. Miss Honey poured the tea and added a little milk to the cups. She appeared to be not in the least ill at ease sitting on upturned box in a bare room, drinking tea out of a mug that balanced on her knee. You know, she said, I've been thinking very hard about what you did with the glass. It is a great power you have been given, my child. You know that. Yes, Miss Honey, I do, Matilda said, chewing her bread and margarine. So far as I know, Miss Honey went on, nobody else in the history of the world has been able to compel an object to move without touching it or blowing on it or using any other help at all. Matilda nodded but said nothing. The fascinating thing, Miss Honey said, would be to find out the real limit of this power of years. Oh, I know, you think you can move just about anything there, but I have my doubts about that. I love to try something really huge, Matilda said. What about distance? Miss Honey asked. Would you always have to be close to the thing you were pushing? I simply don't know, Matilda said, but it would be fun to find out. Miss Honey's story. We mustn't hurry this, Miss Honey said, so let us have another cup of tea. And do eat the other slice of bread. You must be hungry. Matilda took the second slice and started eating it slowly. The margarine wasn't all bad. She doubted whether she could have told the difference if she hadn't known. Miss Honey, she said suddenly, do they pay you very badly at our school? Miss Honey looked up sharply. Not too badly, she said. I get about the same as the others. But it must still be very little if you are still dreadfully poor. Do all the teachers live like this, with no furniture in the kitchen, stove, and no bathroom? No, they don't, Miss Honey said rather stiffly. I just happen to be the exception. I accept you just happen to like living in a very simple way, Matilda said, puckering a little further. It must make house cleaning an awful lot easier, and you don't have furniture to polish or any of those silly little ornaments lying around that have to be dusted every day. And I suppose if you don't have a fridge, you don't have to go out and buy all sorts of junky things like eggs and mayonnaise and ice cream to fill it up. It must save a terrific lot of shopping. At this point, Matilda noticed that Miss Honey's face had gone all tight and peculiar looking. Her whole body had become reddish. Her shoulders were hunched up high and her lips were pressed together, tight, and she sat there, gripping her mug of tea in both hands and staring down into it as though searching for a way to answer this not quite so innocent questions. There followed a rather long embracing silence. In the space of 30 seconds, the atmosphere in the tiny room had changed completely, and now it was vibrating with awkwardness and secrets. Matilda said, I'm very sorry I asked you those questions, Miss Honey. It's not any of my business. And this, Miss Honey seemed to rescue herself. She gave a shake of her shoulders and then, very carefully, she placed her mug on the tray. Why shouldn't you ask, she said. You were bound to ask in the end. You are much too bright not to have wondered. Perhaps I even wanted you to ask. Maybe that is why I invited you here, and after all, as a matter of fact, you are the first visitor to come to the cottage since I moved in 2 years ago. Matilda said nothing. She could feel the tension growing and growing in the room. You are so much wiser than the years, my dear. Miss Honey went on, that it quite staggers me. Although you look like a child, you are not really a child at all, because your mind and your powers of reasoning seem to be fully grown up. So I suppose we might call you a grown-up child, if you see what I mean. Matilda still did not say anything. She was waiting for what was coming next. Up to now, Miss Honey went on, I have found it impossible to talk to anyone about my problems. I couldn't face the embrace anyway. I lacked the courage. Any courage I had was knocked out of me when I was young, but now, all of a sudden, I have a sort of desperate wish to tell everything to somebody. I know you are only a tiny little girl, but there's some kind of magic in you somewhere. I've seen it with my own eyes. Matilda became very alert. The voice she was hearing was surely crying out for help. It had to be. Then the voice spoke again. Have some more tea, it said. I think there is still a drop left. Matilda nodded. Miss Honey poured the tea into the both mugs and added milk. Again, she cupped her own mug in both hands and sat there sipping. There was quite a long silence before she said, "May I tell you a story?" "Of course," Matilda said. "I am 23 years old," Miss Honey said, "and when I was born my father was a doctor in this village. We had a nice old house, quite large, red brick. It's tucked away in the woods behind the hills. I don't think you know it." Matilda kept silent. "I was born there," Miss Honey said, "and then came the first tragedy. My mother died when I was 2. My father, a busy doctor, had to have someone to run the house and to look after me. So he invited my mother's unmarried sister, my aunt, to come and live with us. She agreed, and she came." Matilda was listening intently. "How old was the aunt when she moved in?" she asked. "Not very old," Miss Honey said. "I should say about 30, but I hated her right from the start. I missed my mother terribly, and the aunt was not a kind of person. My father didn't know that because he was hardly ever around. But when he did put in an appearance, the aunt behaved differently." Miss Honey paused and sipped her tea. "I can think why I'm telling you all this," she said, embraced. "Go on," Matilda said, "please." "Well," Miss Honey said, "then came the second tragedy. When I was 5, my father died very suddenly. One day he was there and the next day he was gone, and so I was left alone to live with my aunt. She became my legal guardian. She had all the powers apparent over me, and in some way or another she became the actual owner of the house." "How did your father die?" Matilda asked. "It's interesting you should ask that," Miss Honey said. "I myself was much too young to question it at the time, but I found later out that there was a good deal of mystery surrounding his death." "Didn't they know how he died?" Matilda asked. "Well, not exactly," Miss Honey said, hesitating. "You see, no one could believe that he would ever have done it. He was such a very sane and sensible man." "Done what?" "Killed himself." Matilda was stunned. "Did he?" "That's what it looked like," Miss Honey said. "But who knows?" She shrugged and turned away and started out of the tiny window. "I know what you're thinking," Matilda said. "You're thinking that the aunt killed him and made it look like he don't kill himself." "I'm not thinking anything," Miss Honey said. "One must never think things like without proof." The little room became quiet. Matilda noticed that the hands clasping the mug were trembling slightly. "What happened after that?" she asked. "What happened when you were left alone with your aunt? Wasn't she that nice?" "Nice?" Miss Honey said. "She was a demon. As soon as my father was out of the way, she became a holy terror. My life was a nightmare." "What did she do?" "I don't want to talk about it," Miss Honey said. "It's too horrible. But in the end I became so frightened of her. I used to start shaking when she came into the room. You must understand, I was never a strong character like you. I was always shy and retiring." "Didn't you have any other relations?" Matilda asked. "Any uncles or aunts or grannies who would came and see you?" "None. That I knew about," Miss Honey said. "They were all either dead or they're gone in Australia. And that's still the way it is now, I'm afraid." "So you grew up in the house alone with your aunt," Matilda said. "But you must have gone to school." "Of course," Miss Honey said. "I went to the same school you are going now. But I lived at home." Miss Honey paused and started doing into her empty tea mug. "I think what I'm trying to explain to you," she said, "is that over the years I became so completely cowed and dominated by this monster of an aunt that when she gave me an order, no matter what I was, I obeyed and instantly. That can happen, you know. And by the time I was 10, I had become her slave. I did all the housework. I made her bed. I washed and ironed it for her. I did all the cooking. I learned how to do everything. But surely you could have complained to somebody." "To whom?" Miss Honey said. "And anyway, I was far too terrified to complain. I told you I was a slave." "Did she beat you?" Let's not go into details, Miss Honey said. How simply awful, Matilda said. Did you cry nearly all the time? Only when I was alone, Miss Honey said. I wasn't allowed to cry in front of her, but I lived in fear. What happened when she left school? I was bright pupil. I could easily have got into the university, but there was no question of that. Why not, Miss Honey? Because I was needed at home to do work. Then, how did you become a teacher? Matilda asked. There's a teacher's training college in Reading, Miss Honey said. That's only 40 minutes bus ride away from here. I was allowed to go there on condition I came straight home again after noon to do the washing and iron and cleaning the house and cook. How old were you then? Matilda asked. When I went into teacher's training, I was 18. You could have just packed up and walked away, Matilda said. No, not until I got a job, Miss Honey said. I don't forget I was then dominated by my aunt to such an extent that I wouldn't have dared. You can imagine what's like to be completely controlled like that by a very strong personality. It turns you to jelly, so that's it. That's the sad story of my life. Now I've talked enough. Please don't stop, Matilda said. You haven't finished yet. How did you manage to get away from here and come and live in this funny little house? That was something, Miss Honey said. I was proud of that. Tell me. Well, when I got my teacher's job, the aunt told me I owed her a lot of money. I asked her why. Because I've been feeding you for all those years and buying your shoes and your clothes, she said. She told me it added up to 1,000 and I had to pay her back by giving her more salary for the next years. I give you £1 a week pocket money, she said, but that's all you're going to get. She even arranged with a school authorized that have my salary paid directly into her bank. She made me sign the paper. You shouldn't have done that, Matilda said. Your salary was the chance of freedom. I know, Miss Honey said, but by then I had been her slave nearly all my life, and I hadn't the courage or the guts to say no. I was still prepared of her. She could still hurt me badly. So, how we did manage to escape? Matilda asked. Miss Honey said, smiling for the first time. That was 2 years ago. It was my greatest triumph. Please tell me, Matilda said. I used to get up very early and go for walks while my aunt was still asleep. And one day, I came across this tiny cottage. It was empty. I found out who owned it. It was a farmer. I went to see him. Farmers also get up very early. He was milking his cows. I asked him if I could rent his cottage. You can't live there, he cried. It's got a new conventions, no running water, no nothing. I want to live there, I said. I'm a romantic. I'm falling in love with it. Please rent it to me. You're mad, he said, but if you insist, you're welcome to it. The rent will be 10 pence a week. Here's 1 month's rent in advance, I said, giving him 40 pence. And thank you very much. How super, Matilda cried. So suddenly you had a house, all of your own. But how did you pluck up the cottage to the autumn? To tell the aunt. That was so, Miss Honey said. But I steeled myself to do it. One night, after I had cooked her my soup, I went upstairs and packed the few things I proceed and a cardboard box and came downstairs and announced I was leaving. I rented a house, I said. My aunt exploded. Rented a house, she shouted. How can you rent a house when you have only £1 a week in the world? I've done it, I said. And how are you going to buy food for yourself? I managed. I mumbled and rushed out of the front door. Oh, well done, Matilda cried. So you were free at least. I was free at least, Miss Honey said. I can tell you how wonderful it was. But have you really managed to live here on £1 a week for 2 years? Matilda asked. I most certainly have, Miss Honey said. I pay 10 pence rent and the rest just about buys my paraffin for my stove and for my lamp, and a little milk and tea and bread and margarine. That's all I need really. As I told you, I have jolly good tuck in the school lunch. Matilda stared at her. What a marvelous brave thing Miss Honey had done. Suddenly she was a heroine in Matilda's eyes. Isn't it awful? Could it in the winter? She asked. I've got my little paraffin stove, Miss Honey said. You'll be surprised how snug I can make it in here. Do you have a bed, Miss Honey? Well, not exactly, Miss Honey said, smiling again, but they say it's very healthy to sleep on a hard surface. All at once, Matilda was able to see the whole situation with absolutely clarity. Miss Honey needed help. There was no way she could go on existing like this indefinitely. You would be a lot better off, Miss Honey, she said, if you gave up your job and draw unemployment money. I would never do this, Miss Honey said. I love teaching. This awful aunt, Matilda said. I suppose she is still living in your lovely old house. Very much so, Miss Honey said. She is still only about 50. She will around long time yet. And do you think your father really meant her to own this house forever? I'm quite sure he didn't, Miss Honey said. Parents will often give a guardian the right to occupy the house for a certain length of time, but it's nearly always left in a trust for the child. It then becomes the child's property when he or she grows up. Then surely it is your house, Matilda said. My father will never found, Miss Honey said. It looks as thought somebody destroyed it. No prizes for guessing who, Matilda said. No prizes, Miss Honey said. But if there is no will, Miss Honey, then there solely the house goes automatically to you. You are the next of kin. I know I am, Miss Honey said, but my aunt produced a piece of paper supposedly written by my father saying that he leaves the house to his sister-in-law in return for her kindness and looking after me. I'm certain it's forgery, but no one can prove it. Couldn't you try? Matilda said. Couldn't you hire a good lawyer and make a fight out of it? I don't have the money to do that, Miss Honey said, and you must remember that this aunt of mine is a much respected figure in the community. She has a lot of influence. Who is she? Miss Honey hesitated a moment. Then she said softly, Miss Trunchbull. The names. Miss Trunchbull, Matilda cried, jumping about a foot in the air. You mean she is your aunt? She brought you up? Yes, Miss Honey said. No wonder you were terrified, Matilda cried. The other day we saw her grab a girl by the pigtails and throw her up the playground fence. You haven't seen anything, Miss Honey said. After my father died, when I was 5.5, she used to make me bath myself all alone. And if she came up and thought I hadn't washed properly, she would push my head under the water and hold it there. But don't get me started on what she used to do. That won't help us at all. No, Matilda said, it won't. We came here, Miss Honey said, to talk about you, and I've been talking about nothing but myself the whole time. I feel like a fool. I am much more interested in you, just how much you can do what those amazing eyes, of course. I can move things, Matilda said. I know I can. I can push things over. How would you like it, Miss Honey said, if we made some very cotton experiments to see just how much you can move and push? Quite surprisingly, Matilda said, if you don't mind, Miss Honey, I think I would rather not. I want to go home now and think about things I've heard this afternoon. Miss Honey stood up at once. Of course, she said. I have kept you here far too long. Your mother will be starting to worry. She never does, said Matilda. But I would like to go home now, please, if you don't mind. Come along then, Miss Honey said. I'm sorry I gave you such a rotten tea. You didn't at all, Matilda said it. I love it. The two of them walked all the way to Matilda's house in complete silence. Miss Honey sensed that Matilda wanted in that way. The child seemed so lost in the thought she hardly looked where she was walking, and when they reached the gate of Matilda's home, Miss Honey said, "You had better forget everything I told you this afternoon." "I won't promise to do that," Matilda said, "but I will promise not to talk about it any more, not even to you." "I think that would be wise," Miss Honey said. "I won't promise to think about it," Matilda said. "I've been thinking about it all the way back from the cottage, and I believe I got just a tiny little bit of an idea." "You mustn't," Miss Honey said. "Please forget it." "I would like to ask you 3 last things before I stop talking about it," Matilda said. "Please, you answer them, Miss Honey." Miss Honey smiled. It was extraordinary. She told herself how this little snippet of girl seemed suddenly to be taking charge of her problems, and with such authority. "Well," she said, "that depends on what questions they are." "The first thing it is," Matilda said, "what did Miss Trunchbull call your father when they were around the house at home?" "I'm sure she called him Magnus," Miss Honey said. "That was his first name." "And what did your father call Miss Trunchbull?" "Her name is Agatha," Miss Honey said. "That's what he would have called her." "And lastly," Matilda said, "what did your father and Miss Trunchbull call around the house?" "They called me Jenny," Miss Honey said. Matilda pondered these answers very carefully. "Let me make sure I got them right," she said. "In the house at home, your father was Magnus, Miss Trunchbull was Agatha, and you were Jenny. Am I right?" "That's correct," Miss Honey said. "Thank you," Matilda said. "And now I won't mention the subject any more." Miss Honey wondered what on earth was going on in the mind of this child. "Don't do anything silly," she said. Matilda laughed and turned away and ran up the path to her front door, calling out as she went, "Goodbye, Miss Honey. Thank you so much for the tea." The practice. Matilda found the house empty as usual. Her father was not yet back from work, her mother was not yet back from bingo, and her brother might be anywhere. She went straight into the living room and opened the drawer of the sideboard, where she knew her father kept a box of cigars. She took one out and carried up the bedroom and shut herself in. "Now, for the practice," she told herself. "It's going to be tough, but I'm determined to do it." Her plan for helping Miss Honey was beginning to form beautifully in her mind. She had it now in almost very detail, but in the end, it all depended upon her being able to do one very special thing with her eye power. She knew she wouldn't manage it right away, but she felt fairly confident that with a great deal of practice and effort, she would succeed in the end. The cigar was essential. It was perhaps a bit thicker than she wouldn't like to have it, but the weight was obvious right. It would be fine for practicing. There was a small dressing table in Matilda's bedroom with a hairbrush and a comb, and on it 2 library books. She cleared these things to one side and laid the cigar down in the middle of the dressing table. Then she walked away and sat on the end of her bed. She was now about 10 feet from the cigar. She settled herself and began to concrete, and very quickly, this time she felt the electricity beginning to flow inside her head, gathering itself behind the eyes, and the eyes became hot, and millions of tiny invisible hands began pushing out like sparks towards the cigar. "Move," she whispered. And to her intense surprise, almost at once the cigar with its little red on gold paper band around its middle rolled away across the top of the dressing table and fell on the carpet. Matilda had enjoyed that. It was lovely doing it. She felt as thought sparks were going round and round inside her head and flashing out of her eyes. It had given her a sense of power that was almost ethereal. And how quick it had been this time. How simple. She crossed the bedroom and picked up the cigar, put it back on the table. Now, for the difficult one, she thought, put if I have the power to push, then surely I also have the power to lift. It is vital. I learn how to lift it. I must learn how to lift it right up in the air and keep it there. It is not a very heavy thing, a cigar. She sat on the end of the bed and started again. It was easy now to summon up the power behind her eyes. It was like pushing the trigger in the brain. Lift, she whispered. As the first cigar started to roll away. But then, with Matilda's concentrate fierily, one end of the slowly lifted up about an inch of the tabletop. With a colossal effort, she managed to hold it there for about 10 seconds. Then it fell back again. Phew, she gasped. I'm getting it. I'm starting to do it. For the next hour, Matilda kept practicing, and in the end, she had managed by the sheer power of her eyes to lift the whole cigar clear of the table about 6 inches into the air and hold it there for about a minute. Then, suddenly she was exhausted. She fell back on the bed and went to sleep. That was how her mother found her later in the evening. What's that matter with you? The mother sighed, walking her up. Are you ill? Oh gosh, Matilda said, sitting up and looking around. No, I'm all right. I was a bit tired, that's all. From then on, every day after school, Matilda shut herself in the room and practiced with the cigar. And soon it all began to come together in the most wonderful way. 6 days later, by the following Wednesday evening, she was able not only to lift the cigar in the air, but also to move it around exactly as she wished. It was beautiful. I can do it, she cried. I can really do it. I can pick the cigar up just with my eye power and push it and pull it in the air way I want. All she had to do now was to put her great plan into action. The third miracle. The next day was Thursday, and that, as the whole of Miss Honey's class knew, was the day on which the headmistress would take charge of the first lesson after lunch. In the morning, Miss Honey said to them, "One or two of you did not particularly enjoy the last occasions with the headmistress. So let us all try to be especially careful and clever today. How are your ears, Eric, after your last encounter with Miss Trunchbull?" "She stretched them," Eric said. "My mother said she's positive they are bigger than they were." "And Rupert," Miss Honey said, "I'm glad to see you didn't lose any of your hair after last Thursday." "My head was jolly softer afterwards," Robert said. "And you, Nigel," Miss Honey said. "Do please try not to be smart aleck with the headmistress today. You were really quite cheeky to her last week." "I hate her," Nigel said. "Try not to make it obvious," Miss Honey said. "It doesn't pay. She is a very strong woman. She has muscles like steel ropes." "I wish I was grown up," Nigel said. "I'd knock her flat." "I hoped you would," Miss Honey said. "No one has ever got to be better off her yet." "What will she be teasing us in this afternoon?" a small girl asked. "Almost certainly the 3 times table," Miss Honey said. "That's what you are all meant to have learned this past week. Make sure you know it." Lunch came and went. After lunch, the class reassembled. Miss Honey stood at one side of the room. They all sat silent, apparently waiting. And then, like some giant of a doom, the enormous Trunchbull strode into the room in her green branches and cotton smock. She went straight to her jug of water and lifted up and handed a peer inside. "I'm glad to see," she said, "that there are no slimy creatures in my drinking water this time. If there had been, then something expectantly unpleasant would have happened to every single member of this class. And that includes you, Miss Honey." The class remained silent and very tense. They had learned a bit the triggers by now, and nobody was about to take a chance. "Very well," broomed the Trunchbull. "Let us see how you know your 3 times table." Or, to put it another way, let us see how badly this Miss Honey has taught you the 3 timetable. The Trunchbull was standing in front of the class, legs apart, hand on hips, scowling at Miss Honey, who stood silent on the side. Matilda, sitting motionless at her desk in the second row, watching things very closely. You, the Trunchbull shouted, pointing a finger to the size of a rolling pin at a boy called Wilfried. Wilfried was one of the extreme right of the front row. Stand up, she shouted at him. Wilfried stood up. Resist the 3 timetable backwards, the Trunchbull barked. Backwards? But I haven't learned it backwards. There you are, cried the Trunchbull. She's tough, used nothing. Miss Honey, why have you taught them obviously nothing at all in the last week? That's not true, headmistress, Miss Honey said. They have learned their 3 times table, but I see no point in teaching it to them backwards. There is a little point in teaching anything backwards. The whole object of life, headmistress, is to go forwards. I venture to ask whether I haven't you where example can spell a simple word like wrong backwards straight away. I very much doubt it. Don't you get impertinent with me, Miss Honey, the Trunchbull snapped. Then she turned back to the unfondled Wilfried. Very well, boy, she said. Answer me this. I have seen apples, 7 oranges, and 7 bananas. How many pieces of fruit do I have altogether? Hurry up. Get on with it. Give me the answer. That's adding up, Wilfried cried. This isn't 3 times timetable. You're idiot, shouted the Trunchbull. You gumboy. You're fungus. That is the 3 timetable. You have 3 separate slots of fruit. And each lot has 7 pieces. 3 sevens are 21. Can you see that, you stagnant cesspool? I give you one more chance. I have 8 coconuts, 8 monkey nuts, and 8 nutty little idiots like you. How many nuts do I have altogether? Answer me quickly. Poor Wilfried was probably frustrated. Wait, he cried. Please wait. I've got to add up 8 coconuts and 8 monkey nuts. He started counting in his fingers. You bursting blister, yelled the Trunchbull. You moth-eaten maggot. This is not adding up. This is multiplication. The answer is 3 eighths. Or is it 8 threes? What is the difference between 3 eighths and 8 threes? Tell me that, you mangy little wuzzle, and look sharp about it. By now, Wilfried was far too frightened and bewildered even to speak. In 2 strides, the Trunchbull was beside him, and by some amazing gymnastic trick, it may have been judo or karate, she flipped the back of Wilfried's legs on of her feet so that the boy shot up with the ground and turned a somersault in the air. But halfway through the somersault, she caught him by an ankle and held him dangling upside down like a blocked chicken in a shop window. 8 threes, the Trunchbull shouted, swinging Wilfried from side to side by his ankle. 8 threes is the same as 3 eighths, and 3 eighths are 24. Repeat that. At exactly that moment, Nigel at the other end of the room jumped to his feet and started pointing exactly at the blackboard and screaming, the chart, look at the chart, it's moving all its own. So hysterical and shrill was Nigel's scream that everyone in the place, including the Trunchbull, looked at the blackboard. And there, sure, for some reason everyone now looked at the Trunchbull. The woman's face had turned with the snow, and her mouth was opening and shutting like a habit of water and giving out a series of strange gasps. Give my Jenny back her house. Give my Jenny her wax. Give my Jenny the house. Then get out of there. If you don't, I will come and get you. I will come and get you like you got me. I am watching you, Agatha. The chalk stopped writing. It hovered for a few moments, then suddenly it dropped to the floor with a tingle and broke in two. Wilfried, who had managed the resume, his seat in the front row screamed, "Miss Trunchbull has fallen down." This was the most sensational bit of news of all, and the entire class jumped out of their seats to have a really good look. And there she was, the huge figure of the headmistress, stretched full length on her back across the floor. Miss Honey ran forward and knelt beside the porous giant. She fainted. She cried, "She's out cold. Someone go and fetch the matron at once." 3 children ran out of the room. Nigel, always ready for action, leaped up and seized the big jug of water. "My father says cold water is the best way to wake someone who's fainted," he said. And with this, he tipped the entire contents of the jug over the Trunchbull's head. No one, not even Miss Honey, protested. As for Matilda, she continues to sit motionless at her desk. She was feeling curiously elated. She felt as she thought she had touched something that was not quite of this world, the highest point of the heavens, the farthest star. She had felt most wonderfully the power surging up behind her eyes, gushing like a warm fluid inside her skull, and her eyes had become scorching hot, hotter than ever before. And things that had come bursting out of her eye socket, and then the piece of the chalk has lifted itself and begun to write. It seemed as though she had hardly done anything, it had all been so simple. The school matron, followed by 5 teachers, 3 women and 2 men, came rushing into the room. "By golly, somebody floored her at least," cried one of the men, grinning. "Congratulations, Miss Honey. Who threw the water over her?" asked the matron. "I did," said Nickel proudly. "Good for you," another teacher said. "Shall we get some more?" "Stop that," the matron said. "We must carry her up the sick room." It took all 5 teachers and the matron to lift the enormous woman with her in the room. Miss Honey said to the class, "I think you all better go out to playground, amuse yourself until the next lesson." Then she turned and walked over to the blackboard and carefully wiped all of the chalk writing. The children began filling off the classroom. Matilda started to go with them, but she passed Miss Honey. She paused, and Twinkle's eyes met the teacher's eyes, and Miss Honey ran forward and gave the tiny child a great big hug and kiss. A new home. Later that day, the news began to spread that the headmistress had recovered from her fainting fit and had then marched out of the school, building tight-lipped and with white face. The next morning she did not return to school. At lunchtime, Mrs. Stribley, the deputy head, telephoned her house the entire of was feeling unwell. There was no answer to the phone. When school was over, Miss Stribley decided to investigate further, so she walked to the house where Miss Trunchbull lived on the edge of the village. The lovely small red brick cotton building known as the Red House tucked away in the wood behind the hills. He rang the bell, no answer. He knocked loudly, no answer. He called out, "Is anybody at home?" No answer. He tried to door, and to his surprise, he found it unlocked. He went in. The house was silent and there was no one in it, and yet all the furniture was still in place. Mr. Tripley went upstairs to the main bedroom. Here also everything seemed to be normal until he started opening the drawers into cupboards. There were no clothes or underclothes or shoes anywhere. They had all gone. "She done a bunk," Mr. Tribal said to himself. And he went away to inform the school governors the headmistress had apparently vanished. On the second morning, Miss Honey received by registered post a letter from a firm of a local solicitor informing her that the last will and the testament of her late father had suddenly in mysterious ways turned up. This document revealed that ever since her father's death, Miss Honey had in fact been the rightful owner of the property and the edge of the village. The will also showed that her father's lifetime savings, which fortunately were still safely on the bank, had also been left to her. The solicitor letter added that if Miss Honey wouldn't kindly call into the office as soon as possible, then the property and the money could be transferred into her name very rapidly. Miss Honey did just that, and within a couple of weeks she moved into the red house. Back at school, great changes were also taking place. As soon as it became clear that Miss Trunchbull had completely disappeared from the scene, the excellent Mr. Tribbley was appointed head teacher in her place. And very soon after that, Matilda was moved up to in the top form, where Miss Plimson quietly discovered that this amazing child was a bit as bright as Miss Honey had said. One evening, a few weeks later, Matilda was having tea with Miss Honey in the kitchen of the red house. "Something strange has happened to me, Miss Honey. Tell me about it," Miss Honey said. "This morning, just for fun, I tried to push something over my eyes and I couldn't do it. Nothing moved. I didn't even feel the hotness building up in my eyeballs. The power had gone. I think I lost it completely." Miss Honey carefully buttered a slice of brown bread and put a little strawberry on it. "I've been expecting something like that to happen," she said. "You have? Why?" "Well," Miss Honey said, "it's only a guess, but here's what I think. While you were in my class, you had nothing to do, nothing to make you struggle. Your fairly enormous brain was going crazy with frustration. It was bubbling and boiling away like mad inside your head. There was tremendous energy bottled up in there with nowhere to go, and somehow or other you were able to shoot the energy out through your eyes and make objects move. But now things are different. You are in the top form competing against children more than twice your age, and all that mental energy is being used in class. Your brain is for the first time having struggle in strive and keep really busy, which is great. That's only a theory, mind you, and it may be a silly one, but I don't think it is far off the mark. I'm glad it happens," Matilda said. "I wouldn't want to go through life as a miracle worker." "You've done enough," Miss Honey said. "I can still hardly believe you made all this happen for me." Matilda, who was perched on a tall stool at the kitchen table, ate her bread and jam slowly. She did so love this afternoon with Miss Honey. She felt completely comfortable in her presence, and the two of them talked to each more or less as equals. "Did you know," Matilda said suddenly, "that heart of a mouse beats at a rate of 650 times a minute?" "It did not," Miss Honey said, smiling. "How absolutely fascinating. Where do you read that?" "In a book from the library," Matilda said. "And that means it goes so fast you can even hear the separate beats. It must sound like a buzz." "It must," Miss Honey said. "And how fast do you think a hedgehog beats?" Matilda asked. "Tell me," Miss Honey smiled. "It's not fast as a mouse," Matilda said. "It's 300 times a minute. But even so, you wouldn't have thought it when you fast in the creator that moves so slowly, would you, Miss Honey?" "I certainly would," Miss Honey said. "Tell me one more." "A horse? That's really slow. It's only 4 times a minute." This, Miss Honey told herself, seems to be interested in everything. When one is with her, it's impossible to be bored. I love it. The two of them stayed sitting and talking in the kitchen for an hour or so longer. And then, at about 6 o'clock, Matilda said goodnight and set up to walk home to her parents' house, which was about 18 minutes' journey away. When she arrived at her own gate, she saw a large black Mercedes motor parked outside. She didn't take too much notice of that. There were often strange cars parked outside father's place. But when she entered the house, she was confronted by a scene of chaos. Her mother and father were both in half stuffing clothing and various objects into suitcases. "What on earth is going on?" she cried. "What's happening, Daddy?" "We are off," Mr. Wombat said, not looking up. "We are leaving for the airport in half an hour. You better get packed. Your brothers upstairs are all ready to go. Move on, girl." "Off?" Matilda cried. "Where to?" "Spain," the father said. "It's better climate than since here in this little country." "Spain?" Matilda cried. "I don't want to go to Spain. I love it here and I love my school." "Just do as you're told and stop arguing," the father snapped. "I've got enough troubles without messing about with you." "But Daddy," Matilda began. "Shut up," the father shouted. "We are leaving in 30 minutes. I'm not missing that plane." "But how long for, Daddy? When we are coming back?" "We never come back. Now beat it, I'm busy." Matilda turned away from him and walked out through the open front door. As soon as she was on the road, she began to run. She headed straight back toward Miss Honey's house, and she reached it in less than 4 minutes. She flew up the drive, and suddenly she saw Miss Honey in the front of the garden, standing in the middle of the bed of roses, doing something with a pair of clippers. Miss Honey had heard the sound of Matilda's feet racing over the gable, and now she straightened up and turned and stepped out of the rose bed at the calm ruining up. "My mom," she said. "What in the world is the matter?" Matilda stood before her, panting out breath. "They're leaving," she cried. "They will go. And they've filled the suitcases and they're leaving for Spain about 30 minutes. "Who is?" Miss asked quickly. "Mommy and Daddy and my brother Mike, and they say they want to take me with them." "You mean for holiday?" Miss Honey asked. "Forever," Matilda cried. "Daddy said we're never coming back." There was a brief silence. Then Miss Honey said, "Actually, I'm not very surprised." "You mean you knew that where we are going?" Matilda cried. "Why didn't you tell me?" "No, darling," Miss Honey said. "I did not know where I'm going, but the news still doesn't surprise me." "Why?" Matilda cried. "Please tell me." "Because your father," Miss Honey said, "is in with a bunch of crooks. Everyone in the village knows that. My guess is that he is receiver of stolen cars from all over the country. He's in a deep." Matilda stared her open mouth. Miss Honey went on. "People brought stolen cars to your father's workshop, where he changed the number plates and resprayed the body a different color and all the rest of it. And now somebody's probably tipped him off the police. And this is why they're running away to Spain, where they can get him. He will be sending his money out there for years, all ready on waiting for him to arrive." They were standing on the lawn in front of the lovely red brick house with its weathered old red tiles and a tall chimney. "I don't want to go with them," Matilda shouted suddenly. "I won't go with them." "I'm afraid you must," Miss Honey said. "I want to live here with you. Please let me live here with you." "I only wish I could," Miss Honey said, "but I'm afraid it's not possible. You cannot leave your parents just because you want to. They have right to take you with them." "But if they agreed?" Matilda cried. Miss Honey said softly, "Yes, that would be heaven." "Well, I think they might," Matilda cried. "I honestly think they might. They don't actually care about me." "Not so fast," Miss Honey said. "We got to be fast," Matilda cried. "They are leaving in any moment. Come on," she shouted, gasping to Miss Honey. "Please come with me and ask them." "But we have to hurry. We have to run." The next moment, the two of them were running down the drive together and then out on the road, and Matilda was ahead, pulling Miss Honey after her by the wrist. And it was a wild and wonderful dash they made along the country lane and through the village to the house where Matilda's parents lived. The big black Mercedes was still outside, and now its boot and its doors were open, and Mr. and Mrs. Wormwood and the brother were scurrying around it like ants pill in the suitcases, and Matilda and Miss Honey came dashing up. "Daddy and Mummy," Matilda burst out. "I don't want to go with you. I want to stay here and live with Miss Honey, and she say that I can, but I only if you give me the permission. Please say yes." The father turned and looked to Miss Honey. "You're that teacher woman who once came here to see me, aren't you?" he said. Then he went back to throwing the suitcase into the car. His wife said, "This one will have to go on the back seat. There's no more room in the boot." "I would love to have Matilda," Miss Honey said. "I would love to look at her with loving care, Mrs. Wormwood and Mr. Wormwood. I would pay for everything. She wouldn't cost a penny. But it was not my idea. It was Matilda's, and I will not agree to take her with you full and willing consent." "Come on, Harry," the mother said, pushing the suitcase in the back seat. "Why don't we let her go if that was what she wants? It will be one less look after." "I am in a hurry," the father said. "I've got a plane to catch. If she wants to stay, let her stay. It's fine with me." Matilda leaped into Miss Honey's arms and hugged her, and Miss Honey hugged her back, and then the mother and the father and the brother were inside the car, and the car was pulling away with the try screaming. The brother gave a wave through the rear window, but the other two didn't even look back. Miss Honey was still hugging the tiny girl in her arms, and neither of them said a word as they stood there watching the big black car tearing around the corner at the end of the road and disappearing forever into the distance. That was challenging. That was a lot of sequences in this book. This was now the 5th episode of the book Roald Dahl, of the book Matilda from Roald Dahl, and I just can recommend you to read or listen to the other episodes from this book I have here waiting for you, because there are like 230 pages I read for you in ASMR style. Maybe you already know the book, the film Matilda. I think it's more known than the book actually, but it's always worth to read the book as well, and so did I. I love the story of Matilda. This is one of my favorite films I watched when I was a child, and I always was very happy to see how Matilda evolved and what such a strong girl she is. I am also happy for Miss Honey that she actually has someone now to be in her life and maybe can help to keep her wounds and help her to getting happy again after the worst life with the Miss Trunchback. If you have any comments or thoughts, please write them down in my comment section. Feel always free to follow, to subscribe, and to click on the notification bell, because only with your support I can do what I love. And if you are interested in all of my projects, then feel free to check out my name, click yourself to Google, follow me everywhere on every social media, because the World Wide Web is my playground. My name is ASMR Katz, and I'm a heavily tattooed girl who show you the satisfaction of sound. And if you already like this book, then feel free to click yourself through all of my videos. I have also different kind of videos where I go with you on the adventure of sound, eating, making mukbang, and having some fun just with exploring the genre of ASMR. I'm thankful that you listen. I'm thankful that you are on my side. And I wish you a wonderful time wherever you are right now in the world.